Alright guys, sorry about that for the technical difficulties. Everything is fixed now, so we will no longer be stopping the stream.
Yeah, I get the notifications on YouTube that they're up.
Alright, how much time?
Back, everyone.
All right,
We're
welcome back.
getting ready for round two. We're gonna have a Blackbeard versus a Bello Betty. Very
Yes.
interesting matchup
Gonna
because it's used to.
be.
I mean, it's always good for Bello Betty because you're aggro, but it's just dependent on sort of the Blackbeard build.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's gonna be Wise Guy and Universal Lord.
depending on how much removal type cards he plays, especially with a lot of new Star Deck stuff, because if you have some sort of minus with that new teach, you can KO basically whatever you want every turn.
Yep. Yeah, if you set up right, that teach is even nastier than before. Hold on, I'm just setting the timer back up.
Yeah, Betty. I mean, the thing is, you can never count out Betty in like any matchup. The explosiveness of the deck is just scary.
So, all right, now we'll go to the main. Yeah, so Bello Betty, it is going to be attacking a lot, but without a lot of the rush, it could be a little bit more difficult for him. But as long as Blackbeard gets rid of the on plays at the correct time, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, especially if you have like there's the new Kuzan, which is a blocker, which is what
Yep.
you want. And even if you play something from trash that they just swing to again, that's blocking 2 attacks from your leader instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And plus, I don't think Bello Betty is going to want to use their ability as much, just because they can get starved out. There is some ways around it, but again, those are on plays, so those can be blocked. Like I believe the 6-cost Koala blocker, you'll take a card the hand from your life, and I think also the 2K Sabo, I think that's out. Because I think that came in like a premium Bondi
Yeah,
binder.
the 2K Sabo is the most latest one. That one's
Yep.
pretty good. I think it's like you take the top card of your life, and this character gets like 1,000 power for the turn. It's not that like crazy of an effect, but just being able to take your life and just be able to have more cards in hand is really strong.
Yeah, I think they're going to use their leader ability when they're basically going to try and go for game or have to get over something specific. Or maybe once in the beginning, if they have like a couple Bello Betty searchers or a Bartholomew Kuma set up, just so they're not having to use a lot of Dawn. But you're definitely going to have to pace this out correctly against Teach.
Yeah, it's always scary, but it's like I feel like both these leads are very scary, just because if they get their
Oh,
game plan going, it's like very
yeah.
hard.
Yeah, Hydro Gunner saying that Sabo ability is activate main.
Oh,
Okay, so
okay,
that
also
that
very
does
good.
work. I wasn't sure only because I've seen it maybe like twice.
Ooh, I think it's a good start just for off the coin flip, just because putting Betty not on going seconds is usually pretty hard, just because you want to get your Ivankov down 4 immediately to play a body.
Yeah.
But there's also merit to going first, because you get the 5 first, you can play the other Ivankov that plays off the top of the deck.
I think it's just because he's trying to get him down as fast as possible, and going first definitely helps. Just get the first couple chump swings in. But yeah, he's really debating here. He really wants that blocker,
I
yeah.
would say it's either, I think, the stage or Karasu. Because I feel like stage might be one that I would just be able to. I know you're going minus in hand, but I guess because it is a starve, you don't want
Well,
to be using
yeah, the first
stage.
time you use it, it's minus in hand, which might just be enough to deter it right now. But
But
Universal does have a pretty good starting hand, I'd say. So it's not like he needs the
Yeah.
dig that much, especially when we're talking about Blackbeard's effect taking away those on plays.
This is interesting. Do you swing with the Betty Searcher or the leader at the Lafitte and leave it standing?
It's tough because, like, why do you guys want to set up Doc Q anyway? and that will just pop Betty off the rip. Um, so I think it might be better just swinging the Betty into Lafitte. There's also a world too where Wise Guy just 2Ks out of the Betty, so then the leader Betty has to swing into Lafitte. Or I guess that really doesn't matter too
Oh,
much
I do
actually.
see in Universal Handle he does have the 5-cost Ivankov, so he does have a pretty good going first hand. I think he probably just wanted to. I think he's just debating what he wants to swing with.
hmm
5 at lead.
This would have been a great time to have the Bartholomew Kuma too, just to pop the
Pop.
Lafitte.
Yeah, or I think even if would it be that, or would you save that for like the Doc Q at some point, just because it guarantees the Doc Q's gone?
Um,
Because you already have the Betty on board, and it's like if they
I
do
mean,
have
at the
it or not,
start, if I had it right now, I would just play it.
Karasu and just gonna pass, leaving the
Yep.
Lafitte up. Now you get really punished if there is a Doc Q.
Yep, Lafitte search. Yeah, once the docu hit, that's a punish. Because Wise Guy just doesn't care that much if
Yeah.
he swings into the dot Q.
I mean, it could be some smart plays just forcing out the removal onto the Betty instead of like doing something like, oh, I'll black hole the Karasu or something. Just trying to maybe bait out something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But it looks like you get the full lead stage. It's like the key card. If you don't see that, it's such a hard matchup.
Um, yeah, I do think the starter support does actually help a little bit in this matchup. Just having that 6-cost Kuzan blocker. So if you don't have any KO plays, that works. And here comes a full lead island.
Yeah, I feel like this is just going to be a search for your PC wand, then just Doc Q pop if he has it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now with him only at Fort Dawn, yeah, he's probably just
Pitching,
trying to
I
get that
mean, yeah,
dock Q right now,
and
and
there
there
he
it
found
is.
one.
And I think, yeah, I think he might just proc it right now on the Betty.
Yeah, I feel like it just takes so much pressure off. You have 2 arrested characters you have to like swing in. You still have 5 life.
Yeah, and as Betty, you kind of need to get rid of both of them, because Lafitte is just giving him so much card advantage every turn.
This is where, yeah, that Kuma would be very strong. Oh, I see an interesting piece in the hand, though. The new card from OP11, the Zeus.
Yep, that Zeus, which is you take 1 life and you have to. You can't be at 0. You take 1 life, and then you KO a 5-cost or less.
Yeah, it's an extremely strong card.
Yep, and in a deck that wants to go this aggressive, it's amazing just because it's a 2K, it's a trigger.
And also star.
Right? Is it a trigger?
No, it's not a trigger. It's a 2K, but also keeps you, it lets you combat these starve matchups where
Yep.
you're able, and one of the other cards that lets you take life.
Yep, starve matchups, even just going aggressive, needing to get rid of blockers. In the mirror, also it helps.
The only issue is if you there's some scenarios with Betty, if you top deck this towards the end of the game, you can't pitch it for lead effect.
Yeah. Yeah, but with the on plays gone, he's probably, well, the 5 cost doesn't work. Well, he still can 4 cost Ivankov, but then he would have to use leader ability to be able to proc it.
I mean, you could just send out, I'll say Lindbergh's pretty good just to have because if they play anything else that's another Lafitte or Doc Q or anything, you could just pop that.
Yeah.
But why is he still sitting at a healthy 5 life?
Yeah,
that's not very.
That's
It's not what
pretty
you want,
rough.
Betty.
Yeah, Universal hasn't been able to do any of his early power plays.
And there's a black hole right there, which is.
Yep, choosing to get that. I mean, might as well pick that up instead of a Van Auger, if that's what you're looking for. Just because it's the same cost, and you get the draw off it.
Also, it's just the most annoying card like in the game, just unremovable, unoutable.
Yeah, and he's probably going to. Looks like 4. The wise guy should have
Pitching
5 on.
Burgess.
Yeah, so I'm guessing there might be a black hole, and he's just gonna black hole Betty's character and clear the board once again.
Five down, you can. Also, or
No, it's 4. Okay, Burgess. So we have a Burgess at 7K right now, which that's fine. Again, wise guy is so healthy. He's probably okay with refreshing his
yeah.
hand a little bit at this point.
Lead if I also went out to just
Hmm.
stopping any sort of koala or 5 cost Ivanka play just to get some sort of pressure.
Yeah, considering Universal's board, I think it's completely fine for Blackbeard just to keep doing its on plays. It's probably ideal too. Yeah, 7K at 5 life, very scary.
I mean, the thing is, though, he's running out of cards in hand, so he's going to have to start taking these life soon. Just
Well,
so.
I think like he's fine with it at this point.
Still debating if he wants to take this first life. Maybe just debating if he wants to go down to 3 or 4.
Yeah. Yeah, going late game against a Blackbeard as Bello Betty is that's a scary thing. You really don't want to see it.
Yeah, I feel like if you go down to 3, that puts you at risk of some sort of explosive turn.
So it looks like he's going for the 4 cost of Ivankov.
Mm.
He's going to go as wide as possible.
Okay, didn't use effect or anything, just hard play everything, keep cards in hand.
Yeah, because he only has 4 cards in hand right now.
I don't think he really has any
don't-
targets to play because he has the Koala Zeus and the other Ivankov. So he
Yeah.
actually doesn't have anything he can really.
Yeah, not really any great targets there.
Burgess about to be a 8K. Looks like it's about to be 12.
Yep. Let's go on the 8K at this
A
point.
liberation right here would be very devastating.
Yeah, and Wise Guy's not. I mean, I assume he might switch it up, but I assume, yeah, Blackbeard isn't really going to go for life against Bello Betty as long
Until-
as possible. Once you're set up, then you can just chip him down.
Yeah, until you have like 2 Burgesses, 2 12Ks on the board, there's
Yeah.
no need for you to go for life.
Yeah, once you have like KO engines, 2 Burgesses, or, you know, even like late game when we have like 2 10-cost teaches on the field, that is like so much protection that a Bello that doesn't have a wide board is going to struggle to deal with.
Hey, why is I taking the life right now, or
So-
swinging life? Looks like it's a potential trigger on the field. Kuma, just to get the body on board. I think that's smart.
Yeah, because at this point, I mean, it's not like Bello is going to be countering unless they think Blackbeard is
Okay,
going to
there's
have
2 of the new
lethal.
Kuzans right there.
Yep, and the new Kuzan, so it's a 6-cost 6K blocker. On KO, you can bring in a 5-cost or less Blackbeard Pirates character onto the field rested, which at first I don't think many Blackbeard players were like super excited about, but it turns out it's a very good 2-of card.
Daku, pop the Ivankov.
Yep.
I think at this scenario, on plays are dead. I think you just have to like lead if I can just try to clear something, or even just.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no blockers on the field for Wise Guy, so you could just try to go hard at life to just put him down to like 2.
Yeah, realistically, again, the on-play abilities are off, so even if you got like a 2K Koala minus power, I think we're kind of past the point where we can just... Well, Wise Guy was that 3 cards in hand? So I guess there is potential to go for board, but again, that Dot Q and Van Auger, they are going to draw a card on KO, so it'll just refresh his hand again.
Yeah, but you have to take out one of these 2 because you can't just let the combo that takes out any 4 costs on the board. So
No.
you have to take at least one.
If anything, I think you're just gonna maybe swing the Kuma into the Dakyu, at least get rid of the KO portion of that. And we know it's like pretty guaranteed.
Or you could think of some sort of scenario where you just pitch that Betty. You could just swing like your leader into the dock queue,
Hmm.
and you know he's going to his 10 don turn. So if he wants to play the 10 cost teach,
Yeah.
that's his whole turn. You could just try to spam the board to get like 4 units on there, and just be able to then swing big the next
What's it
turn.
too? Wise guy. So he has 2 cards in hand. I know that the Burgess is a 9K, I believe. I mean, is there merit for just getting rid of the Burgess? Because the first 5K didn't connect, so I
We
don't care about racing anymore.
we know he has the 6 cost Kuzan in hand though,
Oh,
so
he
there's no
countered
point.
again.
There's no point in swinging into the Burgess because then you just play the Kuzan block and bring back the Burgess. Who's up.
Yeah, and now that 2 swings already didn't connect, racing is out. Getting rid of board is off the table. Um, usually you would be pretty happy about Blackbeard being at 1 card in hand, but
Okay, he doesn't have the Kuzan anymore, so you theoretically can swing into the Burgess if he doesn't have another Kuzan in hand. Still debating what to swing with this
that,
Karasu at 7 at Augur. I feel like it's smart. Either go to 0 in hand or
yeah,
just lose
get
it.
rid of one of them.
Yeah. And just spam the board out, yeah.
But again, also too, considering he countered with the Kuzan blocker again, it's like why not get rid of the Burgess at that point? Because then at least like establishing that blocker, it's not going to bring it back. Not saying Wise Guy doesn't have another player couldn't have brought it back, but again, it feels like we're just kind of past racing at this point with Bello.
The thing is, there's not many options right now for Wise Guy, depending on what he drew or searches, because he doesn't really have many. Doesn't look like he has any KO ability other than just the Daku.
Hmm.
Does he have any more minus? Because even if you just play the 10 cost
No.
Blackbeard down, you still have two, sweet, 2-3 swings. You could potentially do it.
Yep, another Kuzan. Can
You might just
bring
bring the
back
Fag
that Van
Augur.
Augur
Yeah.
back. Yep.
Most likely taking out the Lindbergh as it could potentially remove
Well,
the idea of having to use a swing on the Daku.
yeah, because Lindbergh, yeah, it KOs a.
3K
I think it's
or less. It's 3K or
it's
less.
yeah, itself has. I think it's itself has to be
It has to be a 7K
7,000
and
power or
then a KO
more.
of 3K.
Yep.
5 in the Kuma, then
Hmm.
you can swing. You can just swing Burgess into the Karasu.
Playing
They're
one
my
for
era.
event. Probably chump blocker maybe, or
I mean,
grab
if
another.
Kuzan,
He might grab another Kuzan.
then you can always play it back. But it looks like he's going for the chump blocker.
Yep.
I
Because
think it's
again,
just a safe play.
yeah, because if the Daku or Van Augur gets KO'd, he will draw off that. So, and plus two, that chump blocker is something he can immediately play this turn.
Putting a chump blocker down. Then 2 down. I think just trying to fill out. I don't think he really has anything else to play. It's just there wasn't really a point to attaching
Nope.
the 2.
Leader ability, so back at 1 card in hand. Bellows board. Left with 1 5 cost 6K Ivankov. I think 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, and there's the Karasu, Koala. Not
Yeah,
really.
and on plays are off.
So nothing in his hand really can do anything.
Yeah. The Karasu, the minus 1K is kind of whatever right now, but the big thing is that he can't play Koala to get another card from life to replace, and then also cheat out a character for free.
At this point, you just, I guess, just try to just spam the board with everything.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, if you just put every card you have, or even 2 of the cards you have on field, I mean, you're not really at a threat because Koala is a blocker.
Yeah, he's still planning on putting out Koala and Harasu. I mean, it's really all you can do right now.
I mean, it forces out the 2 of like the activate main abilities.
Yeah, because we're probably going to see, unless Wise Guy swings life, that Karasu is going to be clear with the Van Augur and Docu.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, he just has to let that go and then just have the Koala established for another swing.
Thing is, though, there's still 3 life, and there's still a possibility of who knows what's in that life.
Yeah, I don't think Wise Guy will even.
Yeah, he's not
Well, he'll
even,
probably like maybe chip 1 life out, but he'll play it so there's no.
he'll play in a scenario if they do trigger out a life, he'll be able to pop whatever is played.
Yeah. You're not going to just like go all out, not being able to finish and gamble 3 potential triggers.
And you already saw a few of the Ivanka. Ooh, that's pretty.
Yep. Now
Looks
we're
like
going
a
to chip for
trigger.
1.
Is that the Kuma?
It might be a
2K?
trash trigger, and that's why he's considering.
No, it's the Kuma 2K. Yep.
Oh,
But still,
yeah, he
it's
was
2
just
blockers
counting
on the
life.
field. You can't really get any life through. But there is that.
No. He does,
Inazuma.
but you kind of have to save that for when you're going for game. But with this board, again, it's pretty. Yeah, with the chump blocker and the 10
I think
cost
this
teach,
scenario
you're
you
not
could
really
just
getting
try
through
something
anything.
where you like swing like. You might just hatch everything to leader and swing like 12 or at the Burgess. You force out a block. Or,
Well, yeah, I mean, you would just force out.
but because you really don't have much to play. It looks like there's 2 Zeus, or it's just Zeus in a Zoom.
But you're going to want to swing with Kuma anyway, just because it's just going to get KO'd. Well,
Yeah.
maybe not, because Koala technically is active, so he is going to go the Inazuma route.
But you have to hard attach Don for the Azuna effect just because it looks like the last card.
Yeah, and then if you use leader ability,
You
you're
can't
pitching
use that.
2K.
Wait, I'm pretty sure this is a legal action.
What?
I think you can't.
Oh,
pitch
yeah,
up-
you can't. It doesn't have trigger. We're going to fix this game state. Yep. All right. Took that back. So that is no leader ability there. We're going to have the hard attach Dawn to be able to get meaningful swings through.
Yeah, so that's like the tough part. That's what I was mentioning earlier about the tough part. If you're running Zeus in the
Yeah.
deck, you have to.
I guess if Zeus had a trigger, that would be a very overly tuned card.
It'd be very busted.
Yeah.
It just has the KO of 5 trigger as well.
Yep.
Or something.
I
Or KO, even a KO like a 3 or something would be stupid.
I think it's the only card Bello runs that you can't pitch. There might be one more I'm not thinking of right now.
But it's just like the power level of that card for this deck is just like it fits so well into how the deck wants to play. It's just being aggressive and being able to like refill your resources.
Yep.
Going 7th Augur, I mean, you
Augur.
just easily block that, and
Just
then
block.
and you can just block again.
Yep. Then block with your chomp.
Lead.
All
I
right,
mean,
lead. Yeah. You just really it doesn't really matter.
I mean, there is. You still got the blocker now, so you technically you can go for game, but still a little risky.
Yeah, it's definitely a little risky. Yeah, there's no point in rushing it because I think on Wise Guy's next turn, it could pretty much be guaranteed. So just get rid of what's on the board right now. And we know, and because of the misplay, Wise Guy does know it's a 2K in hand.
Yeah.
So if he's swinging in anything, he's just going to make sure it's over 2K. But yeah,
I mean,
test
just
with
pitch it
lead.
anyway. I mean, I feel like you just
Pitches.
have to pitch it anyways, just to. You're not going to take a 5K swing with all the rest of
Yeah.
these bodies on board. But now you see there's no in hand. You can just safely swing like any amount.
Lead, just going to test it out.
Just saving the saving the Daku and Vanilla for any type of trigger on the board.
Yeah, but he's.
But yeah, now at this
6 lead.
point, you either take it or 2K or 2K. That
And
technically
then-
saves another turn, and
Yep.
you don't have the removal. Or you don't have the minus on board now.
And does Wise Guy have? Because I think he might already pitch for his leader ability, so I think he has 1 card in hand. I'm not sure what
Yeah.
it is. He left all that Dawn up, so I'm assuming it's another 10 cost teach. If he just swings into.
I think he already pitched 2 10-cost teaches, though, so if he does have the last one, that might. Like, I'm not sure if that could be the last one, just because the odds are.
Yep, swing into a character, plays 10 cost
Okay, there's a
teach.
10-cost teach.
And then with no cards in hand,
yeah.
it's basically impossible because the only
the only thing.
way would be if you
the-
somehow got 2 Inazumas in hand,
And it's
but
a koala. But still
yeah.
double blocker. Or did he stun the Inazuma?
he stunned Inazuma.
That's,
yeah.
I think that is a good call just to.
Because it's like, well, if you're going to swing with blocker, then whatever. Because, yeah, you can't, at this point, you can't interact with board, being 1 card in hand. Koala is just going to take your last life, and having 2 blockers against this board, it's not really going to do much.
Man, that's crazy. You did see all 4 10-cost teaches. I know he pitched 2 earlier on in the game.
I think what, because even like if he's like hoping on another trigger body or something, I think it's just
I don't think it's
at a
enough. It
loss.
would have to be like the blocker,
Mhm.
trigger. But you have like removal. You just swing whatever.
I mean, there's removal. He already has 2 10 cost teaches out. So, yeah, even a trigger body, it's not saving you. 1 card in hand. You can't afford the proc that Koala ability either. Yeah, he's just saving up Dawn to maybe see what Koala procs. Or nothing. But yeah,
And the
0 cards
effect
in
Koala
hand, 1
can't
blocker.
do anything.
Yeah.
I
So
think
right now, it's
just
just hit a
simple.
6. Yep, so it's not even a blocker. Yeah, 5 lead.
Yeah. Now looks like it's game.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Betty, couldn't really put on any early pressure. It kept Blackbeard's hand low, but not being able to have an explosive board, Blackbeard was easily able to control.
And Wise Guy recognizing the fact that going to 4 or 5 down, you can't really let them play their effects. Because I know there's some matchups where you want to do the lead fight really early, and other times you don't. And I think this is one of the matchups where like you're 2-3, turn 2-3, you want to start using the
Yeah,
effect.
I wouldn't use. Yeah, as Blackbeard, I wouldn't use effect until they reach 5.
Yeah.
Just for the Ivankov, because again, going wide against Blackbeard is how you beat it. Before that, I mean, the 4 cost Ivankov, that's just an activate main. The Karasu, really not even worried about that on play
Yeah.
on curve. It's whatever, because realistically, like maybe you get 2 swings through, 3 if you somehow started out with 2 Searcher Bellow Bettys and then being able to get 5/5/5 into a 4. Which that's also just a very valid play.
Yeah, I think the real issue was he couldn't really be aggressive because there was Daku and
Yep.
Lafitte early on in the game, so you have to spend 2 of your swings going for these chumps on the board, and you can't really put any pressure, and you just leave your searchers or your Kumas vulnerable to other swings.
Yep. I wasn't able to see, so from the Blackbeard, we did see the 6 cost Kuzan blocker he's playing. He did put in the Katarina Devons, because I think having that replacing the Shiryu just helps even more with the removal strategy. I'm not sure if I saw the new
Yeah.
7 cost teach.
I'll go ask him right now if he's playing it.
Yeah, because the new 7 cost teach, if you can, especially against like a blue purple Luffy, and even helps with the GP Luffy. That 7 cost teach, if it's set up with like Van Augers, I mean you're basically just removing
Yeah.
everything that hits the board.
I did get confirmation he is running 3 of them in the deck.
3 of
We
the
just didn't.
7.
Yeah, we just didn't see him at all.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
So it sounds like it might have been 3 of the Kuzan blockers, 3 of the 7 cost teach. But yeah, it looks like some of the hardcore Blackbeard players are liking the new support.
Yeah, I know that Ivan was like wishy-washy at the beginning. Some people thought it was good, some thought it was bad. But I
Yeah.
think overall, now we're seeing it. It does look like to be pretty strong and just like what the deck kind of wanted.
Yep. I've been seeing some test videos with it. I think it has really helped with the control and also some of that mid game. So you're not relying on just my game plan is, trying to put out a Burgess right away, but instead having Van Augers and the 7
Yeah.
cost teach that, makes it harder to remove, especially with teach's
And there's
leader
also some very
ability.
interesting scenarios where if you know they only have one swing left on the board and they swing 6, you can just block with the Kuzan and play out the
Yep.
other Kuzan and have it ready for the next turn to be able to swing in, use the
Yep.
effect.
Yep. That 6 cost blocker Kuzan, yeah. If you can time it right, it's an amazing card. But yeah, sometimes I think maybe in more like spread wide aggressive decks, maybe sometimes it's not as good.
Just leave it there, I'll fix it. All right, you want to turn our mics off for a second because we got to fix the.
Yeah, we're just fixing the cameras here. All right, but yeah, that was round 2, and of course I forgot to update the round. But yeah,
That's what I noticed at the end of the round. I'm like, oh, wait.
Yeah, so I did talk to Jordan earlier. It is going to be 6 rounds, potentially 7.
I think potentially 6 because I think at round 5 there will be a down pair, so there'll be 3 undefeated and a
Okay,
down
so it's
pair.
potentially 6. Yep, and then we will have 4 rounds of a top 16 top cut, and then prizing for today.
I think they said we got enough to get the full case being sent out for prizing.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure where that was at. So if we are at full prizing, which it sounds like we might be, first place will get 96,
Which is like
OP11
I think
packs.
it's 4 boxes. Yeah, 4 boxes.
Yeah,
OP11.
that's 4 boxes. Yeah,
It's
usually
one-
they get a third of the case.
Yeah,
and
this is one of the sets where it's like, yeah, you want to get win these case tournaments again because there's a lot of, I mean, not just like the good stuff for the decks, but just like all the collector stuff. It's like the
Yep.
SPs all look great. You have the potential of getting the gold and silver Luffy. That card looks absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I got to see the gold one in my pre-release here. I should have just stayed in that seat, man.
It haunts you every day.
My pre-release luck is terrible. But, so, yeah, first place was 96 packs. Second place is 48 packs.
That's 2 boxes.
2 boxes. And then third and fourth place will take home 1 box. Fifth and through 8th place, they'll get half a box, so 12 packs. And then 9th through 16th will get 6
I mean, it's
packs.
still 6 packs for getting top 16, which is, I mean, it's 33 players, so there's a good chance you can get top 16. So I think there's going to be a lot of
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see...
X1s, X2s, or every X1 I'm pretty sure has probably got enough, and then X2s.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's going to be X2s, yeah, because it's going to be half of our tournament will be in Top Cut.
I think it's nice, though, too, just because you just don't just lose one game off the rip and you're out for the case. There's still a chance if you do, you could just have a bad game or bad hand like game 1, but then get the top cut, and then you can just steamroll like I did a few sets ago.
Yeah.
Where I got rolled round 1 against Lucci. Then I got rolled round 7 against Lucci, and then I played the same dude the first round top cut. And smoked him. It was James. I'll just put it
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, but these are the days too where like I kind of wish I was playing again. I've been messing around with Buggy,
Yeah.
and I think for the decks here, I think it does pretty well, especially with the
Yeah.
lack of blue purple Luffy's.
I'm
And
glad though.
we
Yeah,
are
pairings
going.
are actually up now. Or Jordan just announced pairings up. We
Yep,
should be getting a
pairings are up,
go. Let's just
so we'll
see.
find who our next table is gonna be.
His user's Darth Erraticus. I think we should just go. Should we just go with
Yeah, go second, just because we haven't seen them.
All right.
All right, so Johnny's gonna go find them. We're gonna have Agaron versus John G. We don't know what they're playing yet. We'll see here in a moment. Let's see, Agaron and
I see Yamato, and I'm not sure who the other person's playing.
all right. Which one's which?
We want to remind everyone that we are cutting to a top 16, meaning there will definitely be X2s in the mix. So we keep that in mind, potentially even a couple
Huh? That's Smoker. All right, so it looks like we have Black Smoker against Green Yellow Yamato.
That seems very interesting. I haven't. Yamato got the new support. I've been using that new support in Nami, which is good, but it just seems really strong in the new in Yamato. Just being able to take advantage of the lead effect very well.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Yeah, Smoker runs a lot of bricks too. It's like a lot of 2Ks and bricks.
Yeah, I was say you don't really care about the removal that much as Yamato. 'Cause if you're bored, like when you're bored, it's like, all right, I'm just gonna swing in big anyways.
Yeah,
You just have your on plays effects that rest stuff, which is all you really need.
and I could be wrong. I think the only blocker that Smoker does run is the Rebecca, I think. But yeah, this is round 3. I'm updating it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that cam's good now.
Hey Jordan, did round start? Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, we got Smoker versus Yamato. It's not a match I was expecting to see in round 3.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen these decks in a while. But Smoker got the power increase from the EB with the new
Oh, the
Sengoku.
or Sengoku. Yeah.
Sengoku is very strong, just being able to play out your Kuzan's back, just get the cycle, and it forces them to attack or remove the Kuzan again, and you just have a 7K block, or you can block any type of swings towards it.
Yeah, I'll keep your hand size up and your removal going.
And Yamato got the new starter deck
Yeah.
recently that has a lot of very powerful cards. I think all the cards in the starter deck are good in the deck.
Yeah, I think all of them are pretty much run with the new, the flexible on-play banish and then attach 2 for a block.
And like the Searcher that's
Yep, the
2 dons to become a
Searcher,
5K
the Momonosuke
attacker.
with Rush.
Yamato's
All
locking
right.
to go first. Makes sense.
Yeah, the real question is going to be, can Smoker handle this early aggression
Aggression.
for Yamato?
Can he stabilize himself to a good spot?
Yeah, Yamato usually likes to face 4 life leaders because it just makes it a little bit easier. But still, the early game defensive tools for Smoker is usually not the greatest.
Yes, Janji looks like he likes his hand.
Yep.
Keeping it.
Must be
while
comfortable
Yamato
with
is
it.
mulligan. I'm trying to think.
I mean,
Probably,
with the
I mean,
Brooks will also help against the early Yamato
yeah.
swing.
I think you're probably just looking for. I think you might probably had like a Sengoku searcher in the opening or drawer, just because.
That's typically what I'm looking for as smoker is my Sengoku
You pull out.
searcher.
Wait. You pull.
It just had to go to 4.
I would say I can't complain. I've done that so many times when I'm swapping back to a 4 life leader. Like I've been
Yeah.
playing Bonnie forever, and I played Nami. I'm like, oh wait, I don't have 5 life.
Mm-hmm.
Or Yamato doesn't have the searcher on turn 1.
Nope.
Yep,
Okay.
Tempest to draw. I feel like that is
Cycling.
just a
Does
good.
he have the Sengoku though? I assume so.
Oh, okay, that's the Reaper from the new or from the set. I think it's like if you have a Navy character,
It gains
early
blocker,
it
I
gains
think.
blocker.
Yeah, so this is really gonna help in this matchup. Counters with a Brook.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's interesting. He's playing Hawkins.
I feel like it is just like a smart thing to do, just because no one's gonna swing into it because you have the double attack, and then you can just easily keep attacking. Okay, I
Yeah.
said that, and then he just does it anyways.
Yeah, but in theory, it's like the effect seems very scary, but how long do you want it to
Yeah.
stick on the field? Because it's going to eat your hand every turn. It's better just to get rid of it and just take that life
Yeah.
off the bat.
And now I forget what this guy's name is that has blocker now because we established the Kuzan.
Yep.
But yeah, just a 1/1 blocker if you have another Navy character on the field.
Yeah, you know,
I'm
has
not sure
that
if your
chump
leader needs to be
blocker.
Navy as well, but
No, it's just looking for characters.
Fordon, yeah, I feel like this is one of those scenarios. I think you just. Oh, no, there's a blocker. I think 7/7 if you don't want to establish anything, or
Yeah.
7/8.
And having that chump blocker will be nice, just blocking that Yamato swing. So she's not going to be able to use that attached to Rested Dawn ability off the bat. Because let's, defend those smaller attacks right now, like while we can.
Yeah, so this is what you want to do against Yamato. You
Yep.
block the leader swing, and then you just then you can take the smaller swing, just so you know it's not. The
Yeah,
immediate
going down to
value.
3 now wouldn't be bad.
This could be very interesting if there is a Tashigi in hand for Smoker.
Yeah, he probably wants to use Tashigi now to get rid of that Hawkins, because they'll actually trash it, and Hawkins' effect will not
Trigger.
work.
Yep.
Or trigger, yes, correct. Yep, and I think that's what he is about to do. I don't know if he's
I
going to
think I
attach
saw
Dawn
it
to
in
leader
hand.
or use the one Dawn for something else. Yep, and
Yeah, I
this
see
is Tashigi. So this is actually a start that Smoker really needs in this matchup. Because also, too, he stayed at 4 life, so if there was any, like, Hikanojo triggers, it's not going to be able to trigger out for free.
Yeah, now I think you're still going to hold that 4 life spot for a while, just because I think
Or,
after that, just.
and then Smoker next turn will be at 8 Dawn, so he will be able to start using Sengokus. The
Not
7 cost
the new
blocker.
searcher coming out right now for. The thing is, if he has this new searcher, it can search out the new Ashura Doji, which on play if you land a line leader and your opponent has 3 or more life, I think it KOs a 5 cost.
Okay.
So that could be, if you're able to find something like that, you could just take care of the Tashigi or the. I think right now the Kuzan's actually more of a threat if you can't KO it.
Kuzan is more of a threat, but like we mentioned earlier, Smoker is going to be at 8 Dawn next turn. If he has Sengoku blocker, it's just coming right
Yeah.
back out.
Well, nice play, just playing the searcher, searching out Momo, putting the Momo to life. So you just be able to heal, able to search, heal one, establish a blocker.
Yeah, just doesn't want to go too low, but with this Kuzan still out here, he can just get rid of the blocker, but the thing is he has to swing first. So sometimes maybe swinging with that Kuzan for 6 and feeling that out might be good.
5 life block, that's just a smart idea.
It's
but
smart, yeah. Against removal decks like this that you know it's going to get removed, just get your first block off while you can, especially if it's a free block.
6 in hand for Yamato.
It's going
6 to
8.
6. Does he not? Does he not have any other removal? Establishing another Kuzan.
Another Kuzan. If we see another Kuzan, that'll be wild.
I mean, if like a Rebecca or,
Or-
anything right now too, just grab back like the Brook.
The Brook. Oh yeah, grabbing back the Brook, playing it off that will pop that Momonosuke. Yep, so now we have a pretty scary board on Smoker's end, while Yamato is not where she wants to be right now, with
Yeah,
the opponent
especially
being
with
at
the-
4, no board.
It feels bad with as Yamato having the 0K blocker on board, just because anytime you try to do some sort of big swing or push,
Yep.
it's gonna come out.
Yeah.
I think there is a
Did?
Hody in hand.
Yes, he
and
did
might
get
be
Hody.
I think he might just rip it just to be able to clear the board or clear some of the board.
Yeah, because I kind of doubt that Smoker would even be going for game next turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, they get rid of some of those bodies.
Seventh leader. Interesting.
Yep.
I mean, I
he
feel like
just
that
wants
is the
that
right
attached to
thing,
Dawn.
yeah.
Yeah, and you got to make some progress.
If you have another Hody in your hand, you could just. I'll say if you have another Hody in hand, this is a very scary proposition for next turn. Or
It
any
is.
type
It still
of rush.
requires the 2 swings throw. And
Yeah,
this
but you could
Hody
swing,
is going to be gone.
Yeah, I mean it's an 8-10. That's the classic Yamato swing 8-10.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's not crazy that Smoker wouldn't be able to get out of something like that. Because, again, he runs a lot of bricks. But with most of the bricks being played so far, we have to guess he has a good amount of counter, even though he used some early on.
Private life. Oh, so you can't just go. If you go on the 1, then there's a good possibility of just losing game right here.
Trigger does help here.
Does help a lot.
And it's not minus, so
Yeah.
not saying you can't
waiting
get
out
rid of
to
it.
the 2 Kuzans go to use the effect is good.
We still have -2 on the board just between Brook and Smoker.
Smoker effect.
Yeah.
But you want to use the Brook. Can Brook use minus something and KO something else?
Yes, I believe so. Actually, I could be wrong on that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact wording.
You know what? It does have to be same target.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think if it's like you do the minus, it targets that, and then if it is 0 or less, it KOs.
There's still a possibility for, game here. There's no blocker.
You
There's
could
2
potentially
swings.
go for game, but you have to be so careful. Because again, like any
You're at
wrong
1,
move, you can just
Like,
die.
yeah, a million. What was it? Amaru, Hody, Izo.
Yeah.
A Sengoku here would be pretty good. You could just put Sengoku over one of the Kuzans, play Kuzan back at the draw.
I think he's trying to check if maybe he could just KO this Nekomamushi comfortably while still being able to be defensive.
As Jonathan's saying, this is tough right now. He's in the think tape right now, trying to figure out the lines for this turn.
Yeah, because sometimes if you go too defensive against Yamato, like, what if that's another trigger body that comes out?
Or that's like the rest card that you need to.
Yeah. Yeah,
Smoker
so
effect -1, so it's like there probably is some sort of removal.
yeah, he just
another
knows he
Brook?
has to get rid of it.
Or Kobe, potentially.
I would assume maybe a Kobe. Yeah.
Oh,
Kobe.
is that the championship one? Or
It is, yeah.
That
so
looks nice.
Kobe is a trash 1 card from your hand, and you can KO a 3 or less, and it's a 3-cost 4K stat line.
Yeah, that was technically like the best black removal card for a while. Like that.
I mean, I started out with Smoker and OP11, and it was having the trash for almost every KO effect. It was rough.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this
Getting rid of
another
Kobe? I
blocker?
think another chump blocker.
Oh,
Or-
that's not Goku. That's also very good. Just be able to search out for some more stuff. you can find another blocker, it'd be very good. How much Don's left? There's 1, 2. You
So
use
that's a brick.
4? No, 5. Trashing Sengoku and Sengoku for Sengoku.
And he left 4 up, so that's Kobe's Searcher. I think it's top 3 for a Navy.
2 or 2Ks you could choose from. It's good. Just get enough count in hand just to make sure you can survive.
Yeah, that's really all you need to do. I don't think you need the swing right now.
Yeah, but I think this is the right play, not swinging in.
Because if he's going to Hody, then he's going to take his life anyway. Why even
Bother.
risk that
And
trigger
also,
body?
you always feign, like, you never know what people are playing. You have 2 down up, like, does that actually mean anything, or you just didn't have any more plays?
Yeah, and it looks like Yamato is kind of out of place. She has 2 zero-cost events,
Looks like
which that's
probably
what he's going to set up. And he did get a
I think
Hody.
he got the Hody out of last life, so...
Because at this point, if he plays Hody, it just goes right back to his hand. But already using 2 Dawn for the Hiyori.
I think
I don't...
It's a possibility of just putting the 0 cost and trying to swing at something, get a blocker out, just in case if you play another one next turn, there's not 3 on the field.
Yeah, I think no matter what, John G is going to block whatever is coming his way, even if it's at a character. Just because it'll finish the game. He does have the Rush Momonosuke.
That is also a good play to do.
It'd be really nice if it was the healing Momonosuke. Okay, so Yamato gets boosted up by 1K. And then I think the Momonosuke, does it need the 2 Dawn to gain the rush?
It needs 2 Don to be removed, attached on to gain rush.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think. Wait, does he get plus 1K? Oh, it did. I was playing this card wrong yesterday. I only gave it the rush,
Okay,
not the
that's
plus the
what it
1K.
Yeah, and this is the first instance of this sort of mechanic
yeah.
that we're actually returning attached Dawn back to the board, which does help extend your plays with the Yamato and be able to use its leader ability. Because there's been a couple times where you want to attach a lot of Dawn, but then, you don't really have any rusted.
Do you not use leader effect to attach Don? It doesn't look like he did. 'Cause I think
Looks like he didn't, no.
I mean, it didn't really matter. He just got block anyways, so.
Yeah.
One piece players at 15 minutes into the round. 15 minutes
Do you?
into the round.
For the bait, if you think you should
Does he have
trigger
2?
the event now.
No, he has 3 cards in hand.
You're going to lose 1, but you gain the actual.
You're going to lose 1. He already has another 0 cost in hand that's going to act as a 3K.
And if you like, it's debating like, is Smoker going to go for game, or is he going to actually remove the, use Don to remove Momonosuke?
I think Smoker can still potentially go for, but I guess that it really depends. But I think even with a 0, Smoker can still comfortably get it. I think the problem is he needs that 0 cost for the counter, and he also needs that Hody Jones to have any chance.
Yeah.
Or
so
else you're risking a
so
top
basically,
deck.
you have to have -1 card in hand because of that Hody. You need it for the win.
I mean, at this point too, I think the position he's in, he kind of has to risk like whatever he has for top deck.
Yeah. He does pitch the Hody just to guarantee.
Yep,
next
he
turn,
kind of
but
has to. Yeah, 7. So it forces that
0
that
cost.
trash from hand.
Then no card in hand now. So if this trigger has to be everything.
Yeah, no cards in hand. Yep, takes it, nothing. Then just simple 7, and that will be game. Yeah, Smoker had a very explosive start there. So John G took it against the Yamato. Yeah, if
Yeah, I feel like
Yamato had like a little more explosive start, maybe. But yeah, Smoker being able to have that chump blocker early on, the amount of Kuzans, being able to Tashigi, um, when he did, worked out so well. And also being able to stay at that 4 life threshold for as long as he did, it really helped.
yeah, I think they're talking about it right now about how he countered out of the swing on the Hawkins. It might have been the better option to just let the Hawkins go, guarantee the burn.
Yep.
But it's just like, well, we can see the power of both decks, like just being able to, with the new support in the starter deck and just like the
Yep.
Smoker just being relatively a good, like, generic black leader. There's a lot of different.
That was a great game. I didn't expect that from the Smoker. I mean, the Smoker stayed so healthy.
Yeah.
Like-
I think just having the 2 Kuzans just to be cycle 2 cards and just have nothing staying on board guaranteed every turn.
Yep. And that 1 cost chump blocker, it's like very nice in that deck.
Chump
Even
block,
against
like
other
all these
decks.
chump blockers, if you need another character of a different type, are like really strong now. Like
Yep.
I've been playing Purple Kata. There's the Charlotte Anata. It's like the same thing, and it feels so strong just because you have like that chump blocker and you have an 8 cost Katakuri blocker on board. It just you feel so protected. Because there's not that many removal decks running around. Like there is like the Smoker and like Lucci, but it's not going to be like half your games you're playing against these removal decks that can easily take care of a 1 cost.
Yeah, right now I think the main removal deck will be Lucci. I think it's going to be like the diehard players are still going to the set playing Luccis, and then maybe a little bit later on you'll see some people go back after testing around with some more
But
decks.
I mean, Lucci's still good just because it's good into black or blue purple.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's good in the green purple, but
No, it's still good against green
yeah,
purple.
it's just
It's good against Bello Betty. It has a lot of good matchups.
yeah, just like because all the removal cards are still extremely strong. Like they keep banning them, but they just have so many strong removal
Yeah.
cards, anyways.
Yeah.
Especially now with the new teach, where you could just KO. It's like it's Jack, but then technically, if someone wants to remove it, I can just get anything I want from my trash.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very, very powerful card that I'm kind of excited to see it in Lucci.
Yeah, can you go back to the matchups so we can see what we still got?
Yeah, what are we working with?
We had 4 undefeated games going. Only one of them did so far. So we have Jesus with Darth Eradicus. Jesus was on blue-purple. I'm not sure about Darth Eradicus.
Yep.
Wise Guy versus Mark. That would be Blackbeard versus green-purple.
Then Sad Boy Summer, was he playing Nami
I think
today?
he's playing Nami today, so that'd be interesting to see how he's doing.
Yeah, I saw him at pre. I couldn't believe my eyes at pre-release.
He was not
So-
playing
No,
red-purple.
no, he sold it.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, he sold the entire red purple Luffy deck, which he, besides like some championship cards, it was completely maxed out. Maxed rarity RP Luffy deck. I could not believe the price of that thing. But yeah, it looks like he is now going to be playing Nami for quite a while. And then, yeah, Sad Boy Summer was playing against Jax Ovo. I'm not sure what he's playing either.
They're still in game, so I'll take a chance to go look over.
Yeah, we'll get some eyes on the round. Oh, Darth Eradicus, I think he's playing GP Luffy. Yeah, so I'm curious how that game is going. The BP against GP Luffy. We'll be seeing those decks a lot.
Jax Ovo is on GP as well, so the top game potentially 3 GP Luffys potentially for Swiss right now.
Oh, is
Mark.
Mark playing GP?
Mark plays GP, Jax Ovo was playing GP and Darth Erraticus. So
Yeah, so it looks like that's our most represented decks
yeah,
right
and
now for
so
the
Jax
undefeated.
Ovo one against Sad Boy Summer. So there's one guaranteed GP Luffy. So we
Okay.
got Smoker, GP Luffy, and then either Blackbeard or Blue Purple.
I'm curious how Smoker is going to stack up against some of these decks. I think that's
I
really
mean,
going to be kind of the showcase of how powerful it could potentially be.
it's a similar thing we talked about Lucci, where you could just play Kuzan and it's just gonna stick against.
Yeah, especially with the new 7 cost Sengoku blocker from EBO2.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how the deck is relying on removal because we don't have Ice Age. So it's really reliant on being able to keep Kuzans out, which against GP Luffy will be harder. Blue Purple not as hard. Just kind of hope they don't have Gravity Blade or you're able to set them up before they start establishing too big of bodies.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Smoker fares against these new Luffy decks.
Yeah, we still
But
have...
even though we have only a few top tables left, it's top 16 that are going out of Swiss. So a
Yep.
lot of people that are still X1s, X2s will be able to still make it and hope and try to get prizing.
Yeah, there's still going to be a decent amount of X2s that are
Yeah.
in our top cut today.
So we still have a lot of, like someone can still go at 5-0, 6-0 in Swiss, but then they just they lose. They could just lose the
Yeah,
first round and be out. So you never know.
yeah, because really all you want is to be able to get in the top cut, but also too, your placement does determine seeding, so that's always nice. Like, you know, hopefully getting a better matchup in your first round.
Yeah. There's also, I mean, like I saw when I went over it for the first match to try to find a stream game, there was a lot of different decks. Nothing really overwhelmingly taken over. I know, like we said, there's like 3 GP Luffy's at the top right now, but I think those might be like the only people playing those decks today. And there's like a bunch of other decks sprinkled in between. I think there was 2 Reijus then too. I saw like a Green Yellow
Yeah.
Law.
Well, also too, if I bought GP Luffy during EVO2,
I'm playing it.
I'm playing it. I am not stopping in 11 because that is such a financial commitment to play it for a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was either like you're going to play blue purple and you're saving your money for that, or you're playing this one, and no in between.
Yeah.
Unless you're some people like Ryan Hart, who just has everything,
Yeah.
has every card,
Yeah.
because he owns the store and store credit.
Yeah. I was really hoping to see a Buggy today.
There are buggies around,
There
but I don't
are.
think there's any that made that this stage right now.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe one will sneak in the top cut. I think
it's like guaranteed, basically. I think I at least saw like 3 of them.
if there's,
And
I mean, I hope
There's
it's not
Anonymous.
guaranteed.
I know
but-
Anonymous.
Oh, is he
plays-
playing Buggy?
He's playing Buggy. He's a pretty good player, so maybe not potentially after looking at the
Yeah.
records.
He did. Oh, he might be 1 and 2 now. Or
Yeah, we never
no.
know. We still got a
Not
few more
sure.
games, but I think there is. I still think we'll see a good amount of different decks in rotation for the top cut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, looks like we only got a little bit later. We still got our top table still playing right now, and they're playing some more grindy matchups, so it might take a little while. So I think we're probably just going to take a little break.
Yeah, we
right
still
now
have 9
before
minutes in the
next-
round,
yeah.
so yeah, we'll be back in.
Probably like
Yeah,
10,
let's say like
15.
maybe like 10 minutes or so. We'll be
Yeah,
back.
just depending on how late game they're going to go with these ones. But we have our judge ready to call overtime, so we shouldn't be that long.
All right, be right back soon,
All right,
guys. back, guys. We're going to have Jesus up on stream again, playing BP Luffy, and Jax Ovo, who's playing GP Luffy. So we'll see the battle of the best Luffys here. Let's see. That's 3, 4. Zeus. Gets Jax Ovo.
Do you guys want anything from ABDs? ABDs, they have like hot dogs and stuff.
I'm good. Alright. Let's fix our timers. Yeah. Just waiting on Jax Ovo. Trying to find him. Maybe he was too scared to play BP Luffy. I'm honestly not sure how that matchup goes. I mean, GP Luffy is going to put on a lot of swings, so that will be kind of rough. Did round 1 officially start? Okay. Let's reset our timer. And this will also be round 4? Yeah, round 4. Yeah, so our 4 undefeated right now is John G, who's playing Smoker, into Wise Guy, playing Blackbeard, and then, of course, our players here, Jax Ovo playing GP Luffy, and Jesus playing BP Luffy. Time start? Okay, we're starting time right now. And then we will also start time for our top table here.
I'm doing everything now. I'm being the judge and the
Yeah, Jordan just
Wanna
had to
get
run
lunch?
out to get a hot dog.
so I gotta be vigilant. I gotta stand up and watch in case something happens.
I didn't see who got first and second. All right, BP's hand. I think that was a couple Namis, Don Quixote blocker. I don't know if I saw any ramp. All right, so
All right. I'm not really
Jesus did
sure
go
how this
first.
matchup actually goes at all. I've not seen this at all. This double Luffy matchup.
Yeah, I honestly haven't seen too many of these matchups, even though they're both very popular decks. Yeah,
Double
just
searcher though. That feel like that's
double
a
event
strong
searcher. Yeah, and I think off that first one, he did get a Zoro Jaro, I think. So he set up for another search next turn, and he grabbed the Sanji pudding off the second search.
I see though that Jesus has the God Thread in hand, just so
He has
there's
God Thread.
if no stage gets established, that puddings you can just take out the pudding immediately.
He does have Gear 2 right now, so he could ramp up. I think he's just trying to calculate if that is the right move to stay on a curve that he wants, just so he's not wasting a counter event. But with that and the God Thread, I think it's going to be worth it.
Just ramp one up. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Just.
Oh, okay, yeah, because Jaxovo thought, we're going to resolve this. Jaxovo thought that he was going to swing in the life, and Jesus chose not to. So he did see that first life, and I think we're just putting it back to where it was.
Yeah, we just shuffled the life just to, cause you know what the cards, but then we could just shuffle it just so it's the variable factor.
So grab stage off the Zoro Juro. Probably not going to be using leader ability, so won't be able to get a swing in from BP. And then Jesus God Thread, so gets rid of that Zoro Juro and then ramps another active.
See yet?
So currently we're at 7
7.
Dawn total.
I feel this is pretty fast though. Got the 2 ramps, exactly what you need. If you're going first, it's
Yeah.
usually pretty good. But then, I mean, wait, if he went, did he just go first or second?
Jesus went first. He's
Okay.
ramped twice already.
But now we get the Sanji and pudding established, and you can't God Thread either because of the stage.
Well,
and just,
yeah, I mean, Jesus knew he got stage in hand, so
there's no point.
I mean,
to really,
why even wait? And then +2 next turn. Jesus will be on 9. Can't use that ability yet because it is before your draw phase. You have to have 8 or more Dawn before your, or I should say, your refresh phase, adding Dawn.
Yeah, but the thing is, Green Purple Luffy just being able to use lead effect to also become a 6K leader lets you combat a lot of the power and threat of the blue purple being 6K.
It does combat it. It'll let you put in chump swings when you want to utilize all your Dawn.
And you don't have to waste the Dawn attaching to lead to
Yeah.
swing. That's always the hard part with these 6K leaders, having to
The
use
stage
the one.
does suck a little bit just because he's not going to be able to big mom that Sanji pudding into life. I'm curious if he is going to put Frankie in. Frankie will ramp, so I think he might just so.
Yeah, you still want him to have too many ways to just increase your down amount on board.
Yeah, you don't want GP to have like full, like a full board of
Yeah,
Dawn.
I think it's
'cause
also
that
smart
gets
putting if
scary.
you put it on top of life just because.
Just because you know what it is, and it's just a 1K, and most likely
It's
you
not very,
might
like-
not see it hit the board again.
Yeah, it's
this
not very
game.
threatening to play out again to you. You just want to get rid of that pressure and just get the free extra Dawn value every turn.
Yeah, and this stall strategy I think is pretty valid in this matchup, especially like early on because it's limiting the amount of cards that GP gets to see. The question is, does he want to swing with Sanji pudding here? So he's establishing the Luffy Taro,
Another
which will
Sanji
get
pudding,
another
that's
Sanji
very-
pudding out.
So now you're getting like, essentially you're not losing any Dawn for using your leader effect at this point.
Yep.
You're just basically playing with 10, 12, 13 Dawn every single turn.
Mm-hmm.
Now you'll be able to start putting these significant swings, just being able to do like 6, 8. Okay.
So he is going to swing. He has 5 more Dawn. Does he have another Sanji pudding? Nope. Zoro Juro.
No, I think you just lead up for the. I think you're just leading up a Dawn for one of your counter events. 'Cause I think you're at the point where you have 2 Sanji puddings. You still need to protect these
Yeah, you have
two.
so much Dawn, you can just use a Gum Gum Giant on that Sanji pudding to protect it. So that's probably why he was willing to swing with it right now.
But Jesus finally starting to get leader ability.
Does have leader ability. He has a Sanji, but I don't think he has any other big bodies to play off it right now.
Yeah, the most he can play. The only card he like he probably want to play as a Nami just so you could
Yeah,
draw them and put those other cards at the bottom.
yeah, he's probably going to use the Sanji into a Nami. Put some stuff to the bottom, see what's on top.
Or he
Or,
might
well,
just
he knows
have,
what's on top.
or he might just have something else in hand. Or no, does he only have 2 cards in hand?
Yeah,
He
he has a
does.
Gum Gum
Okay.
Giant, Sanji, whatever he drew, which I think was just another blocker. Yeah, the Don Quixote blocker. So Jesus kind of in a rough position. He was hoping to kind of not necessarily starve out, but not go too aggressive against Jack Sovo, and right now it's kind of backfiring.
But I like this attaching one, trying to put the pressure on the Sanji pudding, just trying to force out
Yep.
a lot of cards.
Yeah, because after Jack's countered out of the first leader swing, it is better just to swing into that Sanji pudding again.
There's a Gravity Blade I see that's also potentially a strong option next turn.
Yeah, Gravity Blade could be a strong option, just because as long as Jax doesn't play another stage next turn, he's only going to be able to increase the cost of one's Sanji and pudding, so he'll be able to get rid of 2 cards for sure
Yeah,
off
or
that Gravity
maybe if you
Blade.
play like the Rush Luffy, he'll use the Dawn increase on that, or the cost increase. And so both those Sanji puddings are.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many
So
cards
Jax
in
Ovo at
Jax Over's
9
hand.
Dawn, I believe, which is a scary amount for
Yeah.
GP Luffy to have.
Once you
especially on
establish
this
the
board.
2 Sanji puddings, it's like you don't have any deficit from using leader effect. You just keep, yeah. It's always scary when they can start increasing their Dawn. A lot of scenarios you play against this deck, they might have 1 and they're constantly still at like the 6 or 7 Dawn amount. But being able to go past anything past that is you're just in a very good situation of just being able to. You have so many more options available at that point.
Yeah, I think currently
Of a deck that already
Jesus does not have any Dawn up.
Yeah.
He does have 4
He has
life,
4 life,
which is nice.
good, and the blocker, and a 6K leader, which,
yeah, but we have a lot of swings about to come through.
yeah, potentially.
And BP Luffy being at 0 life in the position he's at will be very tough, even if you're refreshing your hand with a lot of counter. Probably going to 2K out now, yeah. If you can defend a swing this turn, you need to.
And here comes the Luffy.
Yep, the secret Luffy is going to hurt. And just again, not even having the... He returns off the effect, but he just refunds it right back from Sanji and Pudding. So I think we have a lot of 8s coming through. Yeah, then I think we're just going to see another 8 from Luffy Taro, and then
Is it possible you just lose
double
off the
8s
game
with
right
the
here?
Luffy
With
rushes.
the,
He's not, I don't think he's going to, or wait, no, he technically could lose the game right here. But if he draws a counter, he'll last 1 more turn. Oh,
That's
but he doesn't have
8K.
a Dawn up, so that's all he's got.
He survives the next turn, but
Or well, I
this
forgot, it's a
is-
6K lead, so he went up to 9. This is scary. You're not even in a state where you could even go for game.
Yeah, and you have to clear something. But there is no Dawn up from Jax Ovo, so you can't really.
Yeah, but he's got a brick in hand, and we know he has a lot of 2Ks. Yeah, BP Luffy does not want to handle aggression like this. Let's see, what are his options? I mean, he kind of has to take a blocker because 2K counter, I mean, maybe, but he's also going to have to keep up Dawn, so a Sanji play isn't going to be feasible
Yeah,
right
and I
now.
think you need to attach a few Dawn to some of your stuff to even just be able to swing at the board.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is
And then we need at least, he needs to at least get 1 life through, or 1 hit into life. Just because then we're at another standstill where we just don't have enough swings to get through.
6 in hand
So
for Jesus.
he does have a lot of counter events. He's going to be going down a lot of Dawn too,
Yeah, if
using
he
those
has to
Gum
use
Giants, but
multiple
it's
giants.
kind of his only way through right now.
That's 4 2Ks right there.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunate. And to make, hopefully, connect against that secret Luffy, it's pretty tough because that'll just require one more 2K. But I think you have to take that gamble.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation. You
Yeah.
need to get the blocker down 2 up, and then it's like, what do you do? Even if you do survive the next turn, how do you even continue from that?
Yeah, and like I said too, it was really unfortunate because Jesus really needed to get one swing at life through because he's still at
3 life. I
yeah,
mean,
he's still
if
at
there
3
is
life.
another Rush Luffy, go down to 2. Then
There's another Rush
maybe,
Luffy, but
I
if
think
he has
it's
to use two,
Giants.
if he two giants, he actually will still be at ACOS Rush Luffy threshold to be able to play it. But
No, I'm
then
saying there. If he's 2 Giants, he doesn't have leader effect for the next turn
yeah,
to
that's
do
true. He won't
anything.
have leader effect. Dig deeper
This
and
is a
try and find
very
that Rush
tough
Luffy.
scenario. There's too many 6, 7, 8K swings
Yep.
coming out from.
And we know Jack's Elbow does have another secret Luffy. Yes, it'll take some Dawn away, but because he has 2 Sanji puddings, he still has so much Dawn to play with. Yeah, I want to say that's 2 Giants and
I think there's a gear
a
second.
Gear second. Maybe it's 2 Gear seconds, 2 Giants. But yeah, he's probably going to be doing 2 Giants and then a Gear second for countering. Because that'll still leave him at, again,
Another
8 Dawn
7
for
to
next turn,
lead.
even if he doesn't get his leader ability off.
Then you have to use the gear second. You can't just use one of your. I mean, you might need the giant to cycle out just to find something.
Yep. Another 7. Checking for 2Ks, but that's actually going to require another event.
It's gonna require a giant, which does not feel good when you
If-
can't block the full like.
Yep. I think he. Oh, wait, no, it was Grab Blade. That's what it was. So he does just have one more giant left.
I think he just drew it into another one though.
I think so. Very unfortunate. And then Secret Luffy is going to come down, and he has no Dawn
And he still
left
has leader
up.
swing and 2 swings off.
So I
that.
think unless he gets 2 2Ks, which he got 2 bricks since he doesn't have any Dawn up.
And that's it.
Yep.
It's just too much pressure off. Just being able to establish the Sanji Porty and not being able to take care of it.
Yeah, he was able to see everything he needed to see right away. Yeah, with that aggression. It would have helped if he was able to establish a Katakuri earlier.
Yeah. Looks like our 2 top tables are done. It looks like they're done with the smoker game. I'll see what's that. Or if you refresh, you can see.
Yeah, we could see. They haven't reported
Reported.
yet.
I'll go check over.
Yeah, give us an update. But yeah, very tough. Even with all the ramp, it felt like Jesus was just kind of behind ever since that second Sanji and Pudding was established. But that was still a good game from both our players here. I think Jesus did really well at making the correct decisions. It just couldn't. He just couldn't keep up. Let's see. All right, who do we have left? Yeah, it looks like maybe half the matches have concluded so far. or other undefeated. I think they're still playing, and that was the Smoker against Blackbeard. And there was no down pair, so next round will be our last round before Top Cut. And again, it is a top 16 Top Cut with 33 players.
I think it's we'll have Blackbeard versus Green Purple in the final Swiss.
Oh, Blackbeard won? Okay, so it will be Blackbeard against Green Purple. We'll see if those new tools that Blackbeard got will help with the matchup. I think it does. Because again, if we can establish some Van Augers, have our 7-cost Blackbeard out, it's really nice removal. And then swinging at the 7-cost Blackbeard isn't always the move because it is an AK body. So you're going to be investing like either like a lot of Dawn for one big swing to kind of guarantee it, or you're just going to be chipping at it, which will get 1Ks, but you could have kind of done the same, just, swinging at life. Because, again, you don't want Blackbeard healthy in a late game scenario, or, I mean, it feels like it's over for the most part. The only matchup that you kind of feel comfortable Blackbeard having a lot of life is Enel and the Blackbeard, which terrible matchup for Enel, but usually that's how you can kind of win. You just keep throwing their characters in life because Burgess's is like one of the scariest things. Where Blackbeard, once it swings and is rested, then you just go all in the Blackbeard. And it's either they counter it, waste a lot of cards in hand, or you get it and you just do this song of dance of stalling them out, which I think basically is Enel's game plan and like against a lot of decks nowadays. Let's see. Who's still playing? Yeah, I'm not sure how it's gonna shake up with the amount of X2s that get in the top cut. So I think it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it might just be like a few X2s. All right, we still have definitely a decent amount of time left on the clock, but it looks like a lot of matches are already pretty much kind of finishing up here. So we'll be back here maybe, I don't know, let's just say like another like 8-10 minutes again. I don't think there's many games that are, I don't think any games are going to be going into overtime right now. So we will be back. All right, we are back for round 5, the last round of Swiss. We are going to have Wise Guy playing Blackbeard and Jax Ovo playing GP Luffy, who just played in our last round. So we'll see how this goes. GP Luffy does have a good matchup against Blackbeard, especially if if they could get started really fast. Hey, Jax. Straight.
Did you get that drink from here? Was that the free drink you got?
Oh, I got charged for it.
Oh, okay. You're supposed to get a free drink.
Oh, okay. Okay, just setting up right now. Yeah, so I think this is the matchup that I've kind of been saying. Hold on, let me reset this timer.
I did want to let everyone know this is the last round before top cut.
Yeah, Blackbeard is really going to want to see that 7-cost teach, I think, set up with some Van Augers, just so they can continuously pop those Sanji puddings, Secret Luffy, just all the annoying stuff. All right, and they are
update on
starting
the scoreboard?
the tie. Updating the scoreboard. And then, yep, last round of Swiss.
There's not really
round
much,
5.
like you were mentioning, there's not really much they could, Green Purple Luffy can do against Van Auger unless, I know people running, it's Radio Knife.
Yeah, Radio Knife is rest a 6 cost, and then KO
rest,
5 cost. Yeah, KO a 5 cost, but they have to be rested.
I mean, it's good in this scenario, too, because a lot of times you could have something else rested, or the Van Auger can already be rested from using the effect.
Yep.
And then you could use it on something else to rest and swing into, and then just still KO.
Yeah, and I think the 6 cost Kuzan blocker will show up in this game if they have ample opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of the matchups where
Yeah,
it's like,
again, keeping off the aggression and just keeping your board.
But if Jax Ovo has to start like last game, it'll be difficult.
Yep.
Because once you get like the first Sanji pudding, it's already scary. But then if a second one gets established, or even a third, like I had to deal with one time, it's just impossible.
As Blackbeard, you're really hoping to deal with one a turn. You could have like one turn where like something sticks. That's kind of where you want to be.
Grabbing the 10
grabbing the
beard
10 beard.
immediately. Not sure how. I mean, it definitely is good in this matchup because you can just stop Sanji pudding or the Lush Luffy effect every turn. But it's just like if they build pressure so fast, you might not have a good opportunity to just slam it down.
Yeah, and this is going to be a matchup where you're just going to be, trying to starve GP Luffy. You're just not really going to be swinging at life.
Just establishing the stage, get some searchers down. Stage will be good, like we said, if Van Auger.
Yep.
Yeah, not really much you can do against the 7K. I feel like 7K is like really like one of the harder ranges for Blackbeard to deal with, just because you need to have exactly Van Auger Black Hole to KO it.
Yep. Yeah, 7 cost is very awkward. There's that 7 cost Blackbeard, and I think the 6 cost Block Kuzan and a Katarina Devon. What do you opts to take
Black
here?
Hole negates their effects, but does that negate the cost increase from stage, or since it's a separate entity?
Yeah, it's a separate entity.
Okay. Grabbing the 6 cost Kuzan.
Yep.
I think that search was all new cards right there. It was Devon,
Yeah.
7 cost, Blackbeard, and the Kuzan.
Yeah, that was all the new additions from the starter deck.
These chump blockers are going to be very good for the Blackbeard as well. Just there's not much they can do. There's not much that Blackbeard or Green Pearl can deal with it. And it's like, it does feel bad to use like the Gamma Knife, or not the Gamma Knife,
Yeah, I wonder too. I don't think I saw the Caribou, but I know that's also a new addition from OP11.
Yeah, I think maybe it might not depending on how they're building it, just because the starter deck giving an access to another 2K,
The starter deck could definitely change that.
especially because the Caribou is not searchable.
Yeah.
So it is technically still a liability sometimes off the searches. But having the flexibility of being a 2K or a blocker is strong in a deck that can really like just turn off your opponent's plays and just make it sit there.
Yeah, and Wise Guy, yeah, he has been opting to just swing in the life while Luffy's a 5K,
And he's
and not
taking
going
both.
for the starve strategy.
I think that he must be confident in his hand, what he had so far, and the
Confident in
trash.
the hand, and then maybe also, you know, there has been times where the Blackbeard finally kind of walls up, but your wall can only last so long against GP Luffy. So you kind of maybe need to just put him in a position where eventually you can end game without too much of a
Yeah,
struggle.
I think you might be trying to set up something where as soon as you get the first 10 costs established, you could try to go for game the next turn. That's like, it's scary though, like going down to 2 life already as green purple. I know you have a lot of
Yep.
cards in hand and survivability, but just going down to 2 that early is always scary.
Yeah, so he counters 2 on one of them, takes the lead, and
Swing
then
6 with
opts the
the-
chump block, the Nami swing.
I mean, I tell you a lot about the hand for Jax Over, I think. If you're going to spend 4 that down, I don't think you use leader effect either.
I think because it's a lot of 2Ks, I see the Luffy Taro. I did see the Frankie, which I think would have also been good, just the drop. And then I think he has like 2 of the secret Luffys. The
Yeah, I know he
6
drew.
cost rush.
I think he drew one of them off the searches. I
Yeah,
just
one
saw.
of them off the search, and I think he had one like earlier off the search in the game too.
This would be a good turn though, also to just establish that new Kuzan. You're not very threatened right now, I think.
I think that's what he's kind of thinking about right now. Like, ideally, he would want to get one of the characters off the board, but
If he has,
that's kind of hard to do at
well, if he has
7 Dawn
Doc
right
Q,
now.
or if he has some sort of Doc Q or Black Hole, you can play the.
He does have Van
Van
Augur
Augur
in
in
the
trash.
trash, yeah. So he is probably going to be doing a KO turn here.
Or you could just try to establish the Van Augur and then play the Kuzan. And just have the.
Well,
2 on
he's
board
only at
instead.
5 Dawn right now, so.
Okay, I thought he was at 6. Oh, Black Hole, yeah, just KO. That's actually very strong. That Sanji put in is gone. Now you really can use lead effect without.
Yep. Grabs another 6 cost blocker. Yeah, if you are able to KO the Sanji pudding, yeah, just do it on a turn like this, because realistically you're just getting one body off the field.
And now, especially the on plays are most likely to be turned off, so you're not gonna do really any more searching. Your Luffy Taro play will be. You can't really do a Luffy Taro play.
Yeah, because right now Jax does not have another Sanji pudding in hand, and with the on plays gone, I don't know if he has any more searchers that he can play this turn.
So I think you just have to play out the rush Luffy and then,
Yeah, you just put it out now.
and just swing.
Yeah, so that Luffy will be 8. If that Van Augur survives, I think it is realistic, able to KO it, but we do know that Jax does have a second secret Luffy in hand.
Yeah,
I
but if
need
you're not able to take out
a
this Van
fix
Augur,
life.
you can put up the threat of just being able to KO something every turn if he has the removal, like another removal card.
Yeah, but he removes, and then let's see. Like Zoro Juro most likely will stick then if he goes KO the secret Luffy, which he kind of has to, and then Jack's putting another secret Luffy out. It's pretty rough, especially with the amount of Dawn that Jax has.
9 Dawn for Blackbeard. I feel that's always an awkward turn. I mean, not because you're not going
Yeah.
second. It's not really. What else can you really do? Oh, if he has the new Blackbeard, you can play that Van Auger and then KO the Luffy, and so
Well, the Luffy is an 8 cost right now
8
because of the
costs the
stage.
stage.
Yeah, so it won't reach. With the Van Auger currently here, we still have 5 more costs on that Luffy if he opts to use that Van Auger ability.
And I think
So
by then
that's a
just
lot to do
establishing
right
blockers
now.
might be what you just have to do. But then just possibility of just having. You could technically, if you play a second rush Luffy, you could like swing like 4 times with all of them if you want to go greedy like that. There's always a possibility, just because Blackbeard. A lot of times they don't have a lot of counter in hand, so you could try just be aggressive and be like, "Give me everything."
Well, it has counter in hand. It's just the fact that you don't want to use, like, you don't want to dump your hand. 6 leader, yeah, I think just not. I don't know.
Going
Yeah, I
down.
think he knows he kind of has to finish the game somewhat soon.
Do for
Yep.
Yeah, but now this poses a threat if you don't go for any of the board. Now your subjects can get stunned by 10 costs each, and then probably remove most of the other stuff being removed from the board.
Yeah, one of the tough parts too is like, if I don't know if he does. Again, the new Star deck stuff really took out some cards out of the deck and some ratios. Like Liberation would have been nice in theory because it gets rid of the Luffy and Zoro Juro, but then he really wasn't doing anything for the rest of that turn. But yeah, this is looking pretty rough for Blackbeard right now. There's no Sanji and Puddings, but again, we know he has another 6-cost Luffy.
But also, though, if you can't close it right now, you're going down to 0 if you use one of the Luffy's effects.
Well, I don't think he cared. I mean, there's going to be 5 swings coming through. And with Blackbeard's hand size, it just doesn't seem
You'd
too
be able to grab a
feasible. It's just a
2K off
2K.
that. I mean, it's still pretty good. I think he
Trying to
has-
think if there's anything that Kuzan can bring out that will help in this.
2K, 1K,
Does
7
that?
leader. He has 1 card in hand. I think this is just guaranteed.
Is there anything that it could bring out that's useful? I don't think anything immediate.
Yeah.
Yep.
And all there is last 2K. There's so many swings, so many 7K swings. That's like Blackbeard's kryptonite always, to swing 7. It's like
Yeah,
you have to give up so much to like block it.
yeah, it's not just an easy counter. Yeah, again, even though it was able to get rid of the Sanji Pudding,
Just a double secret that's 4 like 7K swings out of nowhere, really.
yeah, because again, like Blackbeard, it can set up against GP Luffy to really shift like lock the game in their favor, but it's more of you need time, and GP Luffy doesn't really give you a lot of time. You're usually in a better position as Blackbeard too if they don't see the Zoro Juro.
Yeah. Also, I think just not. If he was able to just like establish a Burgess at some point, I felt it'd been pretty good. It's like that's like the one thing instead of having to use all your removal cards, you can actually just swing it into something.
Yeah,
hopefully
he
KO
was never
something.
able to establish a Burgess early because, again, like you have to focus on removal. Even though Jax wasn't seeing more Sanji Puddings and whatnot, it was still fine because 2 secret Luffys and that amount of Dawn that he had, I mean, that's just a perfect way to pretty much end the game.
Yeah, I think that was like the perfect sequence to be able to close out for game right there.
Yeah, and then +2, if like depending on how much cards he had in hand, but I think even just like math-wise, it was, I don't want to say guarantee, or I think it technically kind of was guaranteed with the amount of cards that he had in hand. That even if something did go wrong, you just don't use the last restand ability, and you just keep Dawn up for Giant, and then you just win next turn. because there's no way Blackbeard could come back from that, even on 10 Dawn.
Yeah, you would stun one of the Luffy's, and then you could just counter out of everything on the other one.
Yeah, you would stun one. I guess you would kind of have to like set it up, or off that Kuzan
technically,
blocker, you get a Van Auger.
Yeah, you could get like a double Van Auger just so you could take out the
Yeah,
second
you would
Luffy.
take
But
off a
then
Luffy.
still you have one blocker, and he has no cards in hand. You just attach the Don to Nami if you have enough, and just swing through.
It would have been nice too if he didn't use that chump block.
I feel like you kind of just had to though to use a jump block, just because taking an extra 6K swing, I think you'll put down to like, what was it, 2 or 1 at that point.
I think it would have been like 2 or 3 cards he would have had left in hand. So, yeah.
But yeah, showing the power of Green Purple Luffy, just like the explosiveness of like the deck, of how it just could just bring out so many like significant swings out of nowhere, and just you see like that. It was like, what was it, 3 life, basically. At one point, he just swung it all, and like they would get like down to like 1 or 0 immediately.
Yeah, there just really wasn't too much you can do. The Secret Luffy is just so good in that matchup.
Especially since none of the effects on that card are activate main or on play. You're able to just use it to the full extent.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, Jax did make the right call swinging with that Nami instead of just establishing a Frankie. As even though, going wide, it would have helped even more. Just being able to force, take a life or use the blocker or give me another card, it would have just told, it kind of tells him everything he needs to know.
Yeah, you don't put pressure, and then if your opponent just then has liberation on the return, it just really just destroys your board. And it's like, okay, you got the Frankie on board, but you have nothing else.
Yeah, let's see who else is. Still a good amount of matches going on.
This is the end of the Swiss, but we have GP winning Swiss, but our top 16 players are going to a best of 1 top cut.
Yeah, so we'll have 4 rounds of top cut after this Swiss round.
I'm just wondering who's left and what decks they're playing. I know it's looking good for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll have, I guess, wait. No, these will go to
I think all these,
X2s.
yeah, but I think they probably still get through.
Yeah, no, I think there'll be more X2s than I think X1s. Right?
Yeah, because I think there'll be less overall.
There's X1.
So
2,
I think we're going to
3,
see,
4,
looking
5.
at the people.
We'll have undefeated 5 X1s, so that's 6 spots. So we'll have
looking at the people
10
that
X2s.
are still available that are like X1-ish, they're going to be X1 or like X2, most likely making it. Like, I do see it's like Nami, Yamato, blue, purple, green, purple. I think the Smoker is good enough to get in as well.
Yeah, but again, I think unless there's
something with the
some
tiebreakers
matchup percentages, I think all the X1s
I think
starting this round, I think they're in.
Yeah, I think it's pretty guaranteed. I think just with the way it is, you to be in the top 50%. I mean, it's also good. Just overall, if you just came in and it's top, you don't because like I said earlier, if you have a bad matchup one game, it's not just doomed off the rip.
Yeah.
You can still just claw your way back, especially if the person you lost to round 1 ends up going undefeated in Swiss. Your matchup percentages go up really high.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, with a tournament like this, the goal is just to get the top cut. Which, with the amount of players, going X2,
and top 16 guarantees you 6 packs, which is pretty good. Just
yeah.
I think you paid 20,
25.
Try to get in, and you got 4 packs off of rip anyways, I think, for participation.
I want to, it was 3 or 4 packs, and then it was, I want to say it was 3 OP11 packs, and then it was you got the pool from the pool box.
Was 3 OP11 packs and 1 pull from the tournament box, which has which the store just has a bunch of like tournament prize cards or like
Yep.
regional cards where you just randomly get to pick one. So you can get lucky with some of these
Yeah, it's like
cool
stuff from
regional
event
stuff.
packs. Yeah.
And so yeah, so if you get top 16, you basically got 8 packs and a pull from that just
Yep.
for 25, which is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's a good deal. And again, I think a lot of people are just excited to play right now
Yeah.
because it's the start of a new set.
I know, yeah, and also people are always, everyone was dooming like the set just because of blue purple Luffy, but now everyone has a deck, and also a lot of people just don't want to play it generally, and so they're just playing other decks they want to.
Yeah, and again, with like some of the prior stuff, like the Bond clays, if you didn't pick them up already, like are they still like 80? Are they 80 a piece right now? I think.
Yeah, probably. I think
So like
so.
$320 for
Then
4
Sanjis
cards.
are like 40 each.
Yeah, the Sanjis are so it's a very very expensive deck, which I could play, but I just
I got 4 Sanjis.
don't feel like it.
Anyone need them? I have
I
my 1 Bond Clay in my purple Luffy deck, and it's just sitting there.
I mean, all I need is the stuff from OP11, which isn't hard to get, but
I'll play the
I'll wait a little
fake
bit.
Bond Clay, the Gene Bart from Starter Deck 10.
The Gene Bard or the Ein.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Ein just doesn't have a counter. I think it.
Gene Bart needs you to be a 5, so you can't rip it on 4.
Yeah. If because honestly, like Luffy, I don't think it really. That's a deck that doesn't care about the active that it gives so much.
It's just more about getting the actual
more.
die itself.
It's more that I think it has the counter, and
Yeah.
I mean, I guess sometimes the active Dawn can come up in certain situations, which
Yeah.
I think is well, not as much because I don't think they play It's to Die For. So it's they don't
I
play
think
It's to
some
Die
are
For
stopping
anymore.
that now, but if you don't have some of those cards like Bond Clay, you can do stuff like Ein,
Yeah.
I4, or Gene Bart to like replace them. Because the main thing is you just need to get those ramp cards. Like just having the Bond Clay bonus effect of matching it is good,
Yeah.
but the main thing you're playing it for is just to get that free ramp.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, it does come up in the mirror too, because like
Yeah.
that's a very dangerous card in the mirror.
But also, it's nice having the something like the Gene Bar Ein, which are 5K by itself, and so you can actually still swing with it and defend it technically.
Yeah, if you're just wanting to like play it or play around with it, and
Yeah.
not like
Invest
trying.
that much. If you have like the Sanjis already,
Yeah, it's fine, especially if you're just kind of more casual. I mean, even without it, I mean that deck can stomp a lot of matchups.
yeah, I think it's like as long as you have like the Sanjis, Katakuris, and the 9 Moms, I think you're good. Just because
Yeah.
the power of those 3 is like what makes the deck strong.
Yeah.
Like the Bond Clay could just be any ramp card. It just so happens to be like the best ramp card. It's just rare.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just if you want the best list available, you're playing the Bond Clay. But if you're just wanting to play like locals with it, play around with it, I mean, you don't need the Bond Clay.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks
And
like.
also, just OP11 also has a lot of other fun decks that you can get most of the components in the set. Like, I'm not playing Kobe, but I've seen people play together, and I'm like, this actually does look pretty interesting. Just how like it works of being able to swing into active characters and just having the blanket protection effect.
No, it's a deck that can do very well. It's just its problem is it just has a slow start, and against like the top decks in our format, a slow start,
Yeah, and
it's tough for a 4-life leader to have a slow start.
if you're not playing blue purple, one of the other decks from the set I'll suggest is my favorite, Nami, just because it's not that expensive. There's a lot of the cards. Don't use that many cards from the set, but a lot of it are like rares and like supers that are not like expensive to get, that were reprinted a few times. And it just has a pretty good matchup into a lot of things, just because being a 7K leader on your opponent's turn is a pretty crazy effect.
Yeah.
And against blue purple in general, if you play like some of the Wano stuff, they're guaranteed to be live immediately. And also just a lot of the starter deck leaders are still pretty good right now as well. You could try
Yeah,
like Blackbeard, like
they
Teach.
are.
Teach is one of the most affordable decks that's just really strong.
I know. Yeah,
And Buggy.
Teach and Buggy. If you're talking about the starter decks, and then of course Bello Betty is still
Yeah.
like pretty
Also,
cheap.
yeah, I think the new, I think Black Purple is pretty cheap now too, considering the starter decks.
Oh yeah, Black Purple
Because
Luffy.
you
I
don't
think
need to run
so.
Bon Clays in that deck because you get the
No,
Nico Robin and the
people. I
Zoro.
think. No, actually, I think they might have just completely cut it. If
Yeah.
anything, it was at a 2. But yeah, you really don't need it. Yeah, because the new Nico Robins. So now you have 8 3-cost ramp
The only
cards.
expensive card that could be in there, I think, is some people run the 6-cost Secret Rush Luffy from EBO 2,
Oh,
but you
yeah.
might not need that if you're playing the new starter deck card that makes your leader a 7K.
You don't need it, but I do think
It's
that card
strong.
does. It's very strong, and I think it takes that deck over the edge.
Yeah, but you also could just play things like the 10-cost Luffy from back, give you another turn. Like, is that your
Yeah.
win condition instead?
I think it's not like it's less reliant on it for kind of like a win condition, but I think people will still run
A 1 or 2,
a
just
1
because
or 2.
it's strong. It's just like, I think if your leader is purple and multicolor, you're running that card in the deck.
Yeah.
Like, realistically, it's just that strong.
Yeah, but it looks like we just got
Well, we're gonna have to go into top cut, so we're not gonna. So we're still trying to deliberate how the pairings are gonna go, and just making sure we have all the.
yeah, everyone just reported, so yeah, they're gonna be naming everyone that goes in the top cut. So I think we'll take a
A few minute break,
Yeah, a
so we
few
can start
minute
out and
break.
find what matchups we have. Just so I think they might be doing like a deck check or something. I'm not sure, like some just verifying some stuff.
I don't know. I mean, they might before top cut, but I think they usually do it during top
Yeah.
cut. They'll do a duck check. But yeah, we'll be right back. I'd say like 5 to 10 minutes, just because we're going to be switching around to start a top cut. All right. We are back. So sorry about that longer wait. We had to get top 16 set up, and they had to submit their decks for future deck checks during this.
And then right here at the end,
And Johnny right now is trying to find maybe like a matchup we haven't seen today yet. I know some of the ones we haven't seen is Zoro, Blue Yellow Nami, a Buggy. There might be one more we haven't seen. I'm not sure yet.
and then over there, let's get go ahead and start E.
All right. Probably still looking around. He's trying to check all the leaders that everyone's playing. Thought we'd probably, get a more Red Zoro versus Buggy.
You want that or do you want better?
No, I'll take that for
Johnny
first.
just settled at the first table.
Well, no,
Just kidding.
we already seen like 4 like GP rubies and blue purple, so it's like I think it's like and black here already, so it's like we haven't seen Buggy or Zoro or anything, so.
Okay.
All right, listen up.
Okay, I think
So
it's
best of one,
Mad
so you guys still
on
dice roll.
Zoro
Still dice roll, and it's best of one.
against, let's see, he would be
And
going
one other thing
against
I did wanna cover,
Kirby
after you
G.
match, both
I think
players
that's
can
Kirby
come up to
G
me,
playing
get
Buggy.
and confirm the result, both of you together. So just
So yeah, this will be definitely
register and let me know.
a rough matchup for Zoro. Es-
Any questions?
It'll be a rough matchup for Zoro if the Buggy player gets their 7-cost Buggy out. As soon as they can, just because it prevents 3 costs and 4 costs from attacking. And with Buggy's new support, I mean, it's so
Yeah.
consistent.
I picked this month because we haven't seen these leaders yet, and I think it's interesting just because.
Yeah.
All right, you guys got 30 minutes, 5 minutes of overtime. You may begin. Good luck.
I think we saw like every other leader in rotation at other tables, so it's like might as well just put something new.
Yeah.
I think this could be interesting just so we can see how Buggy fares with the new stuff as well, and to see if Zoro can actually. We mentioned the 5 or the 7-cost Buggy that stops 3 and 4 costs could just destroy this entire match.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying. I mean, there is like some other characters you could play, but yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough one if he sees that 7 cost, which it's not too difficult. It's more about seeing it right on curve when you can use your leader ability just to take off some pressure right away. But this Buggy deck with the new support is super consistent with the amount of cycling, and then also characters like Alvida and the 8-cost Croc, the 8-cost Croc does prevent you could trash 1 cross guild once per turn to prevent a cross guild card from leaving the field.
Yeah, and also you could. I mean, you're saying the Buggy can be strong, like the 7 cost, but it's actually also dependent on Zoro's build. Because if he's going like
Yes.
classic Zoro, where you're playing a 1 and 2 drops, those don't really care then about the 7
Yeah,
cost Buggy.
classic Zoro will be a lot more difficult. If it's more of the modern Zoro, the Zoo build, it'll have a much easier time because it's a lot of 3 costs and then 4 costs for rushers.
Looks like about the resolve or drawing who's going first.
Let's see.
5.
That's a
I
5
think
from
both of
Zoro.
them want to go first in this matchup. 8. And then Buggy
Yeah.
chooses to go first. Makes sense.
Yeah, Buggy, like it's fine going second now, but still you want to take that first again. I would, unless your hand is like has enough searching and whatnot, I'm mulliganing for that 7-cost Buggy right off the rip.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you see it, but he has 2 searchers in hand, which is probably good enough to just.
He does. I think they're both top 4 searches. And then
I
I
think
think-
the stage and the event I think are the top 4.
Yeah. So I mean, it's enough of a keep to
Yeah, I
like
feel like
go
this
through the deck
matchup's
and
going
find
to
it.
go fast either way. In
Um,
whoever like,
relatively fast,
yeah.
yeah.
If the Buggy comes out or if the Zoro just runs away.
Yeah, this is also a matchup for Buggy where Buggy, like, might play one 10 cost
And I
buggy.
see the buggy right there.
There's the
Yep.
7 cost. Yep, this is the one you don't want to see as Zoro if you're not playing the classic build with a lot of the 1 and 2 drops. And this will also be able to put, because I think the buggy also had a Mihawk in hand, so that's going to
Yeah.
be perfect in 2 turns. Zoro, he does have a shut up and calm, which will help because we got to get that early aggression now.
So I mean, he does see the
Yep.
chopper.
Oh,
Which
wait,
is
chopper.
Good.
Just have to grab it right away.
I mean, you'll get out like you'll be able to use the chopper to get out the body, but next turn, after this turn, the 7 cost buggy's coming out, and then
Yeah. Also, too, Buggy might not want to swing here just so he doesn't get to use the shut up and calm. I know sometimes it is a bluff because maybe they don't have 2 searchers. But Buggy can afford just not to swing here. I really don't think you need to. Because if anything were to get around that 7 cost Buggy, we could have some problems
but I
if
think
Buggy gets too greedy.
I know he has it, but we have the 7 cost buggy in hand, so I don't feel like we're at any sort of threat.
No. It's just, I think that's just usually more of the correct move. Why,
mean,
risk anything
yeah.
when you don't have to?
I mean, I don't see any of the big targets from that shop and come with me to find. You don't want to see
No.
the
I
3
don't-
cost, either the 3 cost choppers or any of them.
Yeah, the only cards are going to be see getting around it besides obviously like your 1 cost searchers and whatnot in this build is going to be 5 cost Luffy and 8 cost Dragon. I don't know for sure if he's running those. I'm just assuming. But those would be the ones to get around it.
Yeah, but Kirby's setting himself up to be in a good position. He's already had 3 searches to
Yeah.
find any of the pieces he needs.
So that looks like that is the Buggy ball. Yep, 4
Buggy
cost
ball.
Buggy.
That's the 4 cost buggy. Yep. I'm not sure.
From what he had in that search, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's just counter, and that's fine. I don't think you're
Yeah.
gonna play this unless you have like the Croc and Mihawk, but you're most likely just gonna play the other buggy.
Yep.
This is a problem with decks that have like 10 of the same character. It's like, all right, you gotta classify. Oh yeah, you're playing that buggy,
I
this
know.
buggy. Chopper.
Yep.
I mean, Chopper will find something, but how good is it gonna be?
Yeah, because
Ooh.
that's 2. But again, like
mean-
it's just gonna be rough no matter what because we know
You know it's coming.
that 7
yeah.
cost Buggy is gonna be coming down. And then using those 1 costs as attackers, I mean, they'll just be gone because they're so easy to swing into. Like you're not gonna be countering against those 1 costs.
Okay, with a big hand right now, Buggy. Buggy, he's about to have a very powerful turn, just
Yep.
establishing that 7 cost Buggy to make sure his entire board can't be attacked.
And Buggy is already like a greedy leader with taking life. Just get that hand size up and the amount of counter. But against Zoro, it's just like, yeah,
It's
take
one of
it.
the decks you can be greedy just because the quality of the 2K counters you have in your hand. I like this idea of swinging into that, trying to like bait out of the event to play something, and then you just stick down the buggy. and
Yeah,
then-
I mean, it's also valid because, again, if anything were to happen to the Buggy, I don't think you can because usually, typically, the only removal that it would run is Mulgun. And
That doesn't hit the
it
8
doesn't
cost,
hit
or 8K.
8K, and that 7 cost Buggy, it can't swing. So you'll pretty much never be able to get it. So yeah, against this build, this is pretty much just a hard
And then
lockdown.
just locking down this buggy, just locking down the board, and then just using the lead effect. You really don't even lose that many cards from doing this into Mihawk since you draw
No,
2
you go
trash
minus.
ones.
You just go. Well,
like
I
m-
guess technically -2 because the 7 cost and the ability. But I mean, for
Yeah.
the amount of power that you just established, I mean, well worth it.
Now, Zoro looks like he's pretty much locked.
And I think that's also Gravity Blade. I mean, I don't. There's really no point in playing it unless you just want to be safe and bottom deck the O8 choppers just to get them off.
Just in case
Because
you never know what some sort of.
Yeah, because Zoro's not beating you down right now. Yeah, I mean, besides maybe a searcher in Ad's hand, I mean, nothing can swing. Both his rushes, I mean, are just nothing.
Hey, bomb like those chopper blockers too, which would it might have been the best scenario to bring out the chopper blocker off the. If you brought if you know the buggy's coming, you might as well just put the blocker down so you have it instead of just putting a dead card on the field.
Yeah, and also too, just for like the future of this format, because we know Bello Betty and Zoro are good into blue purple Luffy. I'm wondering, because if enough buggies are around, I think they have to tech something to get around that.
Yeah, I don't know
Because
what
then it's
red
just-
card that can even go around this.
Yeah. I mean, unless they go back to like a classic Zoro, they would
Yeah,
like
that's
a
the
classic
only
Zoro
scenario.
build. But this Zoro build, I think, is better, in the matchups it wants to see.
Yeah, I think this is specifically in this scenario, it's like the old school Zoro would be the better scenario, but then those other matchups where you need the swarm bodies of the animals, it does better. I feel like overall, most of the time, the animal package does better than the classic.
It's just more consistent. This is just one of those unfortunate matchups where you see 7-cost Buggy, you really don't have any way to remove it, and I mean, your chances of winning are almost nil.
Yeah, this is. I mean, you have the what is it? The duck bill squad, or whatever it's called. This 2-cost animal, so it technically can get around. the
Yeah,
lock.
it's just Buggy is just gonna establish like blockers. The Mihawk is very annoying. I mean, that's kind of your only way around it, and then maybe an unblockable for game. But again, it's a very like perfect world situation that like you would talk about in a matchup like Enel versus Blackbeard. It's like, yeah, Enel could win, but chances are very, very slim.
Yeah, it's looking by the nature of Nad as understanding the Buggy deck is that it's looking like he doesn't have really any sort of counters or attacks. I don't think he was expecting to see
Yeah.
Buggy today.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't blame him for not knowing the effects of, some of these Buggy cards.
Especially the new ones that just came out yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the promo one, the Buggy wasn't.
I mean, people understood it was good, but it's like no one played it even after like we got it because
It wasn't a meta. Yeah, it wasn't a meta that it was even viable.
And then here comes the new Croc and Mihawk, which basically guaranteed if you did have any tech for the 7-cost Luffy, it's not going to be. Able to do
Yeah,
anything.
with that and a 7-cost Buggy, I mean, that's the best lockdown you could have against Zoro. But yeah, he's going to use that leader ability. Going to be putting out.
Yeah, the
that
grab blade's not
ACOS.
needed.
Yeah, so he's an on-play, draw 2, trash 1. So he is replacing himself, and then he will be able to play out a 4-cost or lower cross-guild character, which all these new 4-cost cross-guild characters from the starter deck, they will +1 in cost if you have a base cost 5, two base cost 5 or higher on the field already. So they will still count for 10-cost Buggy, and they will also, because they're now 5-cost, they can swing even with the 7-cost Buggy. On
Yeah, I like
field.
this play here. He's played off the new 4-cost Buggy from the starter deck, which
Yeah.
his card and trash itself to play a 6. Or is it 5 or 6-cost bug or cost?
6-cost or
6.
higher.
Yeah, so then he's able to play the Mihawk. So he established a AK, a filtered, and a 7K blocker that also filters. And now his board is technically unremovable.
Yeah, against a deck like Zoro, it's basically just unremovable. So it looks like Ned does have the 5-cost unblockable Luffy. and that's tough that it whiffs off that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there really was that much of a need to use the event, just because anything you really get off it's not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, nothing is going to be able to swing off of it. So yeah, and that's unfortunate too. He did just grab the Nami searcher, so that would have been like one of the only ways around it. And then with two Mihawk blockers, I mean, he's not going to be taking much life, and I don't think Buggy doesn't even care if he takes like 2 more life or even 3 more life. As long as Buggy isn't at 0, he is so comfortable.
Yeah, to be able to establish, it's just like feeling like sort of like Doflamingo before. You just establish all these insane bodies for relatively cheap.
Yep.
And that's just like really hard to deal with, or just very annoying.
Yeah. And I mean, at least Doflamingo had a tool to get rid of it, like with Red Rock.
But even now,
But-
Red Rock doesn't take care of anything anymore, just because if you get the Croc Mihawk,
Yep.
you're
He
kind
can
of just
protect it.
yeah. So I don't know really. Once you get the Croc Mihawk on the board, I don't really know how you remove bodies on the board other than just combat.
That's pretty much it, unless you're playing Lucci.
Yeah.
Lucci is like realistically one of the only ones that's going to be able to do it. Or if you're Blackbeard and already have some KO set up, and then play a 10 cost Blackbeard. But I think most Buggy players would make sure they have 2 Crocodile Mihawks established for that.
And you have 2 of the like the 7-cost Buggy as well. They understand that
Yeah.
you can't just rely on one in those scenarios where they can negate the effects.
Uh-huh.
We see drawing right there that new Frankie 2K from OP11, which I actually think is really good in a lot of red decks,
It is.
especially with all the purple Luffy leaders running around that rely on events.
Yeah, again, this is just very unfortunate. I mean, he could have taken it, but I guess, like, it is technically smarter to just block counter 2. So then next turn, I mean, I'm cool with swinging my Mihawk blockers. Because
Yeah.
there's no world that he could, get lethal or get you down to 0 next turn.
Yeah, I think we're really showing the reason why many people are considering Buggy to be one of the top decks after the star deck reveals. Just like in these aggro matchups, they could just burn them out so quickly, and as well as these other matchups. These are all what's it called? Prominent swings you could do, because these are all like 7 AK bodies on the board that you can
Yeah.
swing with. So
Well, there's no AK swings.
I
They're
believe
all 7.
Croc.
He's an 8-7.
He's an 8/7. Okay.
If he was an 8-8, that would be crazy.
Still, that's still a bunch of 7K swings on the board.
Yeah.
Especially a meta where one of the best decks is a 6K leader. You can consistently force them to chuck 2Ks or do 1 to make them forced to use 2 cards.
Yep.
And you're relatively safely going to be able to establish your new 10 or establish a 10 cost Buggy against a lot of these decks, because you can't really remove the board.
Nope.
So they're just going to sit there. You don't have to swing. A lot of times you could just literally not swing with your board and just play to the 10 cost Buggy.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to do swing math. I don't know if he wants to swing with his, I think that's Mr. 3.
I think there's really not a detriment to.
Yeah,
swing
play the
it.
Alvita. I was going to say, I thought that was in hand. That's probably good. He doesn't need that Gravity Blade, and I think that might be another 7 cost Buggy. So, yeah, just filtering out. It's not like he necessarily needs to find something specific, but, might as well just have some counter.
Izzy, I'm sorry, but this game is not looking too hot for Ned.
Yeah, it was just this was actually just the worst matchup he could possibly go against. Sorry, Izzy.
You should just showed up with Nami then, and showing them how you could just get the revenge with Nami then.
I need to update the.
You're working, but you're on Twitch right now. I'm going to report that to your boss.
Yep, and still no other swings. Only swings is Nami, leader.
And
I
chopper
mean,
blocker.
you can't even afford the swing with chopper blocker, just because at one life.
Well, I think either way, you're kind of just boned. Just because even if you have one blocker up, that's like 5 swings
there's
coming next turn.
Yeah, there's still 5 swings. And then there's also just the mean move of using leader ability, putting out 10 cost Buggy,
Just
to
the bottom
deck
deck, the
it.
1 cost blocker.
Yeah, even though you don't need to at all.
Yeah, a lot of these games like this type of game of Buggies, I'm just taking like every life because this gives me more cards in hand to do whatever I need.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been too risky with it. That's what I need to get better at about with Buggy is there's been a couple swings here and there where I'm like, why didn't I just give 1K counter? Like that was kind of dumb. Like in matchups like GP Luffy. So I think he might have maybe another searcher in hand, because I think most of his hand is just 3 and 4 costs.
Certainly, I think you just have to take that. You don't really care that much.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have chopper blockers, just to establish those, like the 3 costs.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to play a chopper blocker here. Double chopper blocker.
Just hoping that you could survive to the next turn. Like, you actually have to, like, legitimately just defend this Nami from not being KO'd.
Yeah, I mean, that is your
Win
only
condition.
way.
Like,
But I don't think Buggy is even going to. I mean, I guess you can just 5 swing into it. There's so many blockers. I mean, might as well.
I mean, now I think you can just swing, like,
He might just test it 7 at lead first.
I think maybe just do LVL lead, and then you can play out the 10 cost Buggy.
Yeah.
And
I
just
mean,
bomb deck a searcher.
technically attacking
Or
into the
blocker.
Nami is the quote-unquote like correct play because it's like just in case there's any surprises. But again, I mean, 7 cost Buggy, this is the power of it. Oh yeah, and Kirby is at 2.
Yeah, it's just Buggy effects coming out, most likely the 10 cost
So
or
just gonna
anything
bottom
really.
deck it. Yeah, just gonna play over Alvita, bottom deck the blocker.
And he fulfills requirement to keep the Buggy on board. I think they might have been. Oh, they
Yeah.
just do the second one to play the.
I did that on
Double Buggy.
Friday. I double buggied against GP Luffy. I had like 13 cards in hand. I was like, you want to see something cool?
How do you have 13 cards in hand? That's crazy.
Because like every body I was playing was replacing itself with card advantage.
Thank you for that hat
Oh,
for the
and-
rate of 30.
And I triggered Sanji's peel off, and I think I played like 1 or 2
Yeah,
that
welcome
game
everyone to the
also.
stream. We're starting. This is the first round of top 16 of the case tournament. We're watching Red Zero versus Blue Buggy, where I think many of you guys can see this is pretty much in the Buggy's hand at this point. He just established 2 10-cost Buggies to bomb deck all the blockers on board.
Yeah, I didn't see what Nad had in hand. It was unfortunate earlier off I think it was the Shut Up and Come. Or
Yeah.
maybe it was it off Shut Up and Come that he bottom decked the
He bottomed
5
up the
cost
rush.
Luffy?
Yeah, I was gonna say if he did have the rush Luffy, I'm trying to think of the math.
I mean,
Oh no, there's 2 blockers on the board.
there was
I
like
didn't
potential.
swing, Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it's unblockable.
but it's gonna get 1 life.
Yeah, but at that point, then
I think you're
10
not gonna-
cost Buggy
yeah.
is prioritized. Just the bottom deck it and get out of the way.
I think you're not gonna risk going down to 0. You're just gonna block with 1 of them anyways.
9 lead. He only has 1 card, so he just takes it.
think no matter what, you just block it just in case, because you don't want to risk anything.
Yeah, he's just putting in. Or
All right,
all
Buggy
right.
going back to turn, looking like it's probably gonna
Yeah.
just two 12Ks, or potential 12 and a 22K swing.
I mean, yeah.
And just
Sometimes in these situations, I think it's just so mean not to just swing
look
with
at
the
the Buggy,
buggy.
yeah. That's what I like BMing though when I have like a 0K or 1K on the board and I know they can't defend it. I just attach everything on it.
Yeah, or like I'll see some. It's like I get it because it's just like good practice in a way. But someone will have like 4 cards in hand, no life, and they'll still just be like, "All right, 7 at lead."
Yeah.
It's like, dude, just attach your Dawn and swing.
Yeah,
You
but look, we
got
got
it.
Buggy going into top 8
Yeah.
of the.
Buggy in top 8. Nad gets knocked out.
But
I
every
think he still
top
gets
16,
6
yeah, he still
packs.
gets 6 packs, which is still good.
Yeah, 6 packs again. This was just honestly the worst possible matchup
yeah.
he could have. I think he would have been happy with basically any other matchup.
Anytime, and ever since the Buggy promo came out, any aggro matchup against Buggy is just bad for you.
I mean, if the starter decks didn't come out, this wouldn't have even happened.
Yeah, even if the starter didn't come out, this matchup's still bad.
Yeah, it was still bad even without it, but at least like in a way it's workable. Just because Buggy would usually be at like such a low hand size, you can swing at the
Yeah.
board.
But yeah, just all the consistency tools to add the Buggy, like not like we went on the fact that like the Croc and Mihawk protects your board, but just you have so much cycle. Is that anytime you get the 5 dot, you'll most likely have the pieces you need to like for whatever situation you have.
Yeah. I mean, you're just keeping such a good hand size. Alvita, such a good card. Acos, Croc, and Mihawk, such a good card. Even the 2Ks, such great cards.
Yeah, 2K is a 6K blocker
Well,
on your opponent's turn. Which
next
is pretty
set,
crazy. You get
next
the
set
vanilla
with the 2
2Ks,
vanillas, I think Cross Guild has.
the most 2Ks.
I think it's close, just because you can run 24 Cross Guild 2Ks, which those vanillas will actually be really nice because
you can
it gives
cascade
you.
them off a lot of the abilities.
You can play them off the like abilities more effectively for more power. Like the Buggy Vanilla, I think is it's a 6/7 2K. So that helps for another target for the 7-cost Buggy.
And 7-cost Buggy or the 7-cost Croc. You can play the 5-cost vanilla.
Yeah. It just gives more.
That's very
More
scary
options.
to think about. Just we have a deck that has 24 2Ks that's just are playable. Like you don't like they're not just there to be 2Ks in your hand.
I was only like right now I'm only running 12, which like debatably I can just go to 10, but like in a lot of my testing matches on Friday, there was like 2 matches where they were just like, dude, how many 2Ks?
Yeah,
like
I
they'd
think-
look at my trash and they'd be like, dude, you already went through so much counter. I'm like, this deck is counter.
Yeah, that's the thing that's interesting about it too, because if you start pitching 2Ks for your effects, and that just confuses your opponents. Like, how many do they actually have now?
Yeah, no, it's tough. And yeah, next set, it's just going to go up even more.
Looking like potentially all of the round 1 top cut are done, it looks like. I'm just going to go confirm with our judge. I think everyone's done, but top 8 should be happening relatively soon.
Yeah, go check. And did he leave those Post-it notes with us?
I thought I had them, but looks like our judge is coming over right now with the next set.
We'll just grab top table. No?
Yeah, there's. Okay, I know this is Smoker, Nami. I don't know who these two are.
You know what? Let's get one more.
That's Yamato, Blackbeard.
Let's get one more new one for top 8. We'll do Sad. We'll do that. We'll do Nami.
Well, let me ask where are these two playing? 'Cause I don't know what they are either. So.
Oh, that BGP. Yeah, you can go check. Yeah, I think we're gonna check with some of the other winners. Izzy, it is blue yellow Nami, uh, not the mill one. But I think we're gonna try and get that on stream next round. But there's a couple decks we're not sure about. And then probably once we get in top four, I mean, we're just gonna play the top seeding. Let's see, what did Johnny get? Random stuff.
I know we just saw Buggy, but there's a potential Buggy mirror that we could have on stream.
No. Let's go.
I'll say that, and I think this is Smoker versus Nami.
I mean, that's the last leader we haven't seen, blue yellow Nami. And then we just go in the top table for top 4 and 2. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing Smoker versus BY Nami next. Because it looks like our Buggy player that just won is going to be going to a Buggy mirror,
Yeah.
which also
Yeah, it's,
sounds kind of
it's-
miserable.
It's the blue yellow Nami, Izzy, not your
Yeah,
favorite
that's what I told
favorite
her, yeah.
blue Nami. But if we didn't have Buggy on last game, I would have said put the Buggy mirror on because it actually probably would have been pretty interesting. Just because the nature of the deck, where the 7 cost doesn't matter in the mirror, and how do you play it? Who swings first, like before?
Yeah, that, and then the 8 cost Croc Mihawk really changes it because of how you're going to play your 10 cost Buggy into
Yeah.
that mirror.
Because then, like, you would probably want to save your 10 cost buggies, then do on 10 Don, you do one of them, then you do the second one to KO or remove something.
Was it? It was John G.
John
Smoker?
G and
It's Sad Boy Summer.
yeah.
So we'll update that for now. And then we'll switch it around when we need to. But yeah, I think, yeah, I want to say all the matches are done.
John D was the guy on Smoker earlier, right?
Yeah. Alright, pause that, restart that. If all the players aren't finished up yet, I think they are in overtime right now because it just passed. It just got into the 5-minute overtime. Let's see. Oh, he took that post-it note. I did see too our top seed. I think it was like Jax, GP Luffy. I believe he got knocked out first round. Against what? I'm not sure. It might have been the Buggy player. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing right now. All right. I think Jordan's about to announce the matchups.
All right, top eight. Top eight. Mark's coming right now. So I've got Tony against Reefy 2. Let me get you guys in the corner. I've got Agaron against Wise Guy. Let me get you right here. And then I've got John G against Sad Boy on stream. And then
looks like Jesus got knocked out too. Our wise guy, our Blackbeard player, is still in. All right. So we could hop over to our players.
This will be an interesting matchup. I played Buyo Nami against Lucy yesterday, and I had a bad time just because he saw all the Rebecca's and Mancher, but I don't think that's like the strategy for Smoker, so it's going to be a little different.
Nah. Yeah, I think it definitely can be a rougher matchup for Nami with the removal. But I think as long as we get rid of those Kuzans off of Smoker's board with like a Gravity Blade,
Yeah, I'm
I
not sure
think
how
we'll
many
be
if he's
okay.
even playing Gravity Blade, 'cause I know I haven't played mine,
I
mine personally, but maybe his ability does.
Yeah, I think he might have. I think he might have ran a Grav Blade.
Yeah. I still think there's always the explosiveness
Here.
of this, where it's like, you know, a lot of black decks. A lot of times they don't have counter. They just have bricked
Yep.
hands, and so you just get free value off Nami the entire time. Okay. It's hearing from Ed right now that he beat GP Luffy last round with Nami, so
Oh, it was Nami that knocked him out.
yeah. So yeah, Ed right now just beat a GP Luffy, which is pretty strong.
Dang, nice.
And
I
Ted
was-
going first, which I think you always want to go first as Nami. I think that's like the right call, just because you play a lot of 4, 6, 8s.
Yeah.
So you want to have Don up for the effect. Smoker, I think, also wants to go first as well, just because you can get Sengoku to search or draw, and then get Tsuchigi on 5.
Yeah, it's like I kind of know how Nami plays, but like I'm not like that familiar enough, especially with how much like Nami is kind of being messed around with. Sorry, can you tell him to please not chew the gum in the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, we had the. I thought I heard something weird. It was just chewing.
Yeah,
some
he was
gum.
chewing gum, and so we constantly hear that. There's 33 players today. We had 5 rounds of Swiss with a GP Luffy ending up winning it, but I believe he might have been knocked out in the first round of Top Cut.
Yeah, the GPU was knocked out in first round. Top cut was top 16. We're now at top 8.
Okay. The Smoker elected 2 mulligan.
Yeah, he opted the mulligan,
I think I'm trying to see if I can see
but
his
also
hand. Yeah, I
going
don't see
second
much.
as Smoker is what it wants.
Getting the law up early, I think, is pretty good because you can just block. I think you just block it immediately.
Yeah, you block it immediately because if they have a Brook, it's just it goes away and you don't get any value off of it.
But okay,
Yep.
John got 2 cards. Actually, found 2 cards. I feel like that's pretty
I
good.
think he
having
got
the
2
double.
Kuzans.
That's really good in this scenario.
Yeah,
Getting
because
the teach out, I think. Well, I'll say as soon as you get the teach out, I think you just have to let it go and just keep swinging. Yeah.
Yep.
Nami effective draw. So essentially, he lost. No, he didn't get the extra draw, but he didn't lose any cards in hand either.
I feel like you might as well.
Or I mean, you go
block here.
-1 hand technically for playing the teach, but you don't lose any cards from putting it on top of the deck.
Yeah, I don't. I guess you might block here with Law just because it's gonna go bye-bye. John's gonna play a Kuzan though first, but next turn.
But if Ed has the red Hawk, I believe it's called Gum Gum, like Red Hawk something, the new event.
It gets rid of a 5
gets
for
a
5 Dawn?
Yeah, for 4 Dawn, it's a
For
5.
4 Dawn?
But
What
it
is the
sticks to
Cavendish?
Cavendish, basically saying take out my Cavendish and leave out my Teach.
Yeah. Yeah, because Cavendish will be the priority.
And you see the power of this Teach combo with Nami, where you just constantly having AK swings against.
Yeah. You're not, like, building your hand, like, even bigger with it, but at least you're getting your card back.
Yeah. Tempest kicks, just cycling. Sound like John doesn't have
it
what he
5?
wants if he's constantly trying to cycle through.
If he wants to get rid of Cavendish, I think we're going to see Tashigi come out.
Thing is though, if he gets Tashigi comes out, he's gonna like his two. I don't think he can really swing. Does Tashigi attach it on to you? No.
The Shigi does not attach a Dawn, but it will -4 the Cavendish without having to swing Kuzan and trash the
Okay,
Cavendish.
Yeah.
So he's probably
Yeah.
not going to swing with Kuzan.
All right. I think it's just smarter than just not swinging with the Kuzan.
Yeah, don't swing it yet.
The scary scenario though is he could be going down to 2 life.
I think
It's his
too he
turn.
might end up. I think he might go the 2 life because he did draw a Zeus. Might want to just get rid of it now. Oh, get rid of
Tashigi?
Tashigi.
I think if you're not playing that big of characters right now, you don't really care about the Kuzan being on board. Because like look at the
Yeah, for the turn maybe.
because if you have any other type of removal, you can remove the Blackbeard
Yep.
immediately.
With that amount of Dawn, I mean, unless I don't know if he's playing anything. I was gonna say, do we need to use Teach Effect?
I think if you want to send him
Oh, Nami.
to okay.
I see why now.
Ooh, I see some interesting cards in that hand. I see that 6-cost mom that looks like he might
I think
be
that
putting back.
Jozu will be nice, and I think he also has an ACOS kit, but I
Yeah.
think he's putting the Jozu back.
I mean, you can't play it this turn anyways. Or no, he's bottom decking
Yeah.
it.
Does he still have a Red Rock in hand? Because I know he had one.
He's got
Maybe he bottom
Hiyori.
decked that.
Yeah, potentially. But still, leaving a Kuzan on the board is always scary. I think you might have just been scared that there's less Dawn investment to swing with
Yep.
the Tashigi.
At least with the Kuzan, if he just swings a vanilla 5, he could block it with the Nami knowing it's going to go anyway.
Yeah, then I think it's just easy. You just had,
Yeah.
at this point, you just block against like enemy back. Plus
Yep.
with the 1-cost blocker, interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I would have just blocked with a 6 because that would be Oh, shoot. I didn't start the timers. I don't know how much time we had.
Just start right now. I think we started about 10 minutes ago, so I think we're at 25. We started around 2:18.
Do we know that for sure?
Not exactly for sure, but just look at the time.
Said 2:20. It's only been like 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's been like 7 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. Just had to accelerate the timer there.
But as we see right here, though, Rebecca came down, played out the Kobe, and established another Kuzan, building up the formidable board.
Dope. Wait, why didn't it change?
And now he really doesn't have much on threats on the board, but this is all really gonna come from hand of what the issue or like what's you're gonna play. I think there's the A-cost Luffy, yep. But I don't know if you
bounce-
want to use effect just because.
We're
You're
a low
re-
hand size,
Yeah,
right?
low hand size, and you don't want it to go down.
I feel like Red Rock is fine to get rid of against this stuff. Oh, wait, no, that is Gravity Blade. Is it?
Not Red Rock. Oh, okay, never mind. I like this play. Ed, he bounced the Zeus back to hand. He bounced his own Zeus back to hand just so he can have the counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, block with the Rebecca's easily. This is the issue with Nami. A lot of times, if your opponent is a deck that plays a good amount of blockers, you're not really getting the value off your first part of your leader effect of drawing the card off, taking life.
Yeah. There has been like some good turns with the teach, but there's maybe like one or two there. Maybe you didn't have to.
9 the
Because I don't
Kuzan.
think, has he used Nami's leader ability once?
To get to a 7K, no,
Yeah.
he is not.
Yeah,
Well, because
that's
there also hasn't been a lot of swings that you really need to go with the 7K for. You're like, it's only been like one
Yeah.
swing a turn that was for 5.
yeah. I mean, it guaranteed like John taking the life on one of them, but we could be at a much better hand size. I feel like. Do you use leader ability here?
I think you have to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Smoker will go up to 7.
Yeah, he can't buff him because there's no
Oh,
zero
yeah.
cost on the
Just give
board
him the
yet.
3.
And he's at 3 now, but so another Kobe could be very deadly just to get rid of the.
Yeah, and John has a very good hand size because those Kuzans were replacing itself.
Oh, Jack. Okay. Jack to clear out, and Jack, I think, is a very deadly card for
For now,
Nami. Yeah, it's because you have to have the Red Rock. But if you have the Red Rock, you're not playing any of your cards that really contest
Yep.
life. But if this is a scenario right here, though, if you can just Red Rock and swing big into Kuzan, the board is
Yeah.
not that threatening.
Yeah, you just kind of have to get rid of that Kuzan.
But I believe John's
He can bounce
hand-
it back with Nojiko, which is nice.
That is true as well. I think John looks like he has a decent grip in his hand.
Because if we return, yeah, he's just going to see if the 8 comes through.
A life gets the draw off, leader effect. KOing, ooh, the Tempest gets the Teo. The Teach is actually very
Yep.
unfortunate.
Drew a card. I didn't see was that another Nojiko we got?
Yeah, Nojiko, one of the key cards, unintentionally the key cards for this deck, just because this card was made back in OP03 for the Nami
Yep.
mill deck. But
And this is a great mid-range card for BL and
it's also just a great card when you're going for game. You only spend 2 to get rid of a 5K blocker. I mean, they go back to hand for counter, but now they can't just stop a single swing.
Yeah, because sometimes it's about the amount of the swings. Definitely, if you've been like using 8-cost kid or anything that's burning life. Oh, no. So the 8+ Nojiko. So he had Teach on board. He used Teach effect after the Red Rock, but Teach is gone because the trigger KO'd it.
Yeah, that's just the power of Teach. Like, you can make plays like this. just
Yeah.
Clear, but now what John can really establish is a good board. If he establishes like a Sengoku at this point, this is a very bad scenario because then you could just like any like 9 or 10K or like 8 or 9K swing, you could easily just block and
Yep.
counter out. And there, as we see, the Sengoku establish another Kuzan on board. Draw. I love how this Sengoku is basically made only for Kuzan. It's like I feel like it's the only card you ever see anyone play off it.
I mean, it's just the best target. If you're only going to have one card to bring back, it's going to be that. And it's, because it's also locked to Navy, so. But yeah, this is a very tough position. I mean, I don't think he has any meaningful play. Yeah,
I just
it was
gooch.
basically pudding and counter. Oh, and the 8-cost.
Yeah. As Ed's mentioning right now, he just saw, I think he just top decked the pudding, which if he saw earlier in the game, he could just remove all the stuff from his hand. Because if you go like Sengoku, draw what you want, and then keep doing that, you could just putting his entire hand away and just so he doesn't have his pieces.
I still was kind of surprised that he didn't KO the Kuzan and instead
Yeah, and
went
also
for
he didn't
Tashigi,
block the Kuzan swing with the
the
Nami
Nami.
blocker. Because
Yeah.
then if he swings big into it, you still then can use the one cost law to block it.
Yep.
But still, I think it was still good, both showings for both players. You could see really why both these acts are pretty good. Like Nami was able like consistently using Teach to play AK swings and just smack the board. And then just the Tashigi, Sengoku from Smoker just really just
Yeah.
are able to just, you're losing a lot of life, you could just stabilize very easily with those cards. Whereas, like, it's fine, I'm going down to 2 life since I have all these cards in my hand. Now I have this big blocker with a Kuzan on board, which you kind of have to swing into.
Well, I think like those against like Smoker specifically, I think some of those early like teach turns when he didn't like need to, like Smoker will take like the first one or two, you know. Because then once you teach, you really need that 8K to go through
Yeah.
just so you can get your drawback.
And we're here on the mic, we're discussing right now. I believe Ed doesn't have this new Gum Fire Fist Pistol Red Hawk, which is it's a 1 cost event, but you could also spend the 3 extra Don on your turn to KO a
Yep.
5 cost. And so in scenarios like this, you could just remove Tashigi or Kuzan immediately.
Yep.
But Smoker is able to just stabilize very quickly with all the Kuzan, just consistently just having the extra cycle off the Kuzan.
Yeah, having those Kuzans early, 2 Kuzans pretty early to just put back to back, super good. I mean, also to that deck with the Sengokus also has a lot of ways to
Yeah.
find it.
And just there's a lot of cycle in that deck now with just the Sengoku to draw 3. You have the new event that lets you
Yeah,
search top 3, and you can put stuff in the trash, which is also pretty good for Smoker. 'Cause
yeah. So far, what we know that's going to be in top 4 is because there was a Buggy mirror, we know for sure a Buggy and Smoker
Buggy
is
and
now in
Smoker,
top
that
4.
would be an interesting matchup.
I
just
would not
because-
want to see Smoker as Buggy. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the new 8 cost, though, can really help, but then it's draining your hand a little more.
Yeah, but I feel like also it's draining your hand, but then you just have a 7K swing constantly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not, like, really bad like it used to be, but it's manageable. You're just
Yeah.
burning a little more resources
I know we
than
had
you like.
I think Blackbeard versus Yamato.
Oh,
So
Blackbeard.
let's check.
I wonder
see.
how that matchup goes.
Yeah, I think it go either way. Just because if you have unlucky with Teach in your hand, you could just lose all your
Yeah,
life
like Blackbeard can
immediately.
shut you down.
But you can also just lose all your life immediately. And
Yeah.
then do that. And I think our last one, it was a GP against something.
GP against something.
I will go check with our judge and who's playing about what's left.
I don't know if that was a confident yes I got it from the Blackbeard or no. Right. Yeah, so they still have a little over 17 minutes in the round. We know for sure two matches finished up. I don't know if the other 2 are still going or not. But, all right. We will be back here shortly. We're just going to check in on the other matches and then figure out who we're going to be having on stream next round. So hopefully in 5 minutes, but it just depends. We got to check the other matches.
Welcome back, everyone. About to be heading into top 4 of
Yep.
the Sully Abode case tournament. We're on stream. We're gonna have Wise Guy versus Tony, which is gonna be Blackbeard versus Buggy. It's a very interesting matchup. Just a dilemma of do we teach use a fact to stop Buggy from making plays, or do you risk the fact that he could potentially play a 12K for 5 Don?
Yeah, an early 12K can be very dangerous, especially if they get 2 out early. And that 8 cost Kraken Mihawk it'll definitely help in this matchup, so they can't just easily KO characters.
And then for our other matchup off stream, it's going to be a green mark on green purple Luffy versus Janji, who we just saw on Smoker.
Yep. All right. And then, so when are we going to be starting the matches?
Just a second, because I don't think Mark and John are set up yet, so
Yeah.
let's wait for them.
Yeah, we'll be starting here shortly. We're just waiting for our other table to start getting set up.
Tony against Wise Guy and Buggy against Mark.
Yeah, so GP, Luffy, and Smoker, I'm curious how that match is going to go. Smoker has been doing very well today. I don't know who won dice roll for them, but yeah, I mean, ideally, Buggy just wants to go first. Well, now Buggy can afford to just go second in this matchup, because you could still play like a 4-cost Alvida on your second turn, just to play a character out, and it takes that.
Make sure you're ready on the timer.
I'm ready on the timer, whatever. Yeah, so Buggy can take away that going second against Blackbeard, which is definitely nice. But I think he's still fine going first. It's just going second makes some of Teach's early plays just a little slower. And then Blackbeard, what he's gonna want to find in this? Huh. I mean, definitely need to set up Van Augers, maybe even that 7-cost Teach. If he can get like a Doc Q and a 7-cost Teach out, that'd be nice. Just because that 8-cost Croc, it can only proc once per turn to save your cross-skilled characters. So that might be kind of a way around it. And again, the question is, how much does Blackbeard want to pitch to prevent on plays? Because, yeah, I could get punished with those 10 costs. And from at least Buggy's hand, I think they did keep a hand with 2 10-cost Buggies, which is a little risky because if Wise Guy lets the on plays through, that kind of defeats that whole purpose of opening hand 2 10-cost Buggies. Okay, we are starting our timer now. So 35 on the clock. Buggy is going first.
That's preferred.
So I also did see that Tony kept an opening hand with 2 10-cost Buggies, which could be a gamble.
That is a gamble. I know Wise Guy is a smart player, so
Yeah.
I think he could sniff out some sort of gambit like
he'll
this.
he'll be able to figure out like something weird is going on.
Especially if you're like Buggy and he's taking all his swings
Yep.
early on.
And then if Wise Guy does make the mistake, or I don't even want to call it a mistake because I feel like it's kind of a gamble all around. If one tank cost Buggy comes in for free, does he keep doing his leader ability and just hope that it was just one? I
Just
don't
as
know.
one, yeah.
But yeah, they're both taking their first
But
life. Typical
I
for
think the thing
both.
is, you can let Buggy, let Buggy have his on plays because like his on plays are not gonna bounce or remove your board. So that's like the thing for
Yeah.
Blackbeard. Blackbeard just wants to probably get his like Burgesses and his Kuzans and Van Augers established. Buggy
Yep.
really doesn't have much to deal with unless he's running like specifically like grab blade. I mean, the Buggy can do that, but then you're going to bomb deck
Yeah.
the Buggy at that point as well.
Also, another good card that's going to come up in this matchup is if Tony does get the 7-cost shoe Buggy, then it is going to stop these Burgesses from attacking.
Yeah. But your skill coming out. He still has on plays available. He's trashing the new
yeah.
4-cost Buggy. I think he has a Croc.
Yeah,
Or
Wise
no,
Guy's not
that's
going to
yeah,
risk
Croc
that.
and Mihawk.
I think you're going to want
to
to.
the Shield Buggy, which it will be good next turn.
Yeah, you're going to want to keep that.
And just look at that, 5 cards drawn right now off this one play.
Yeah, cycling. So yeah, even though Wise Guy was smart enough not to risk that 10-cost Buggy, this is still just great play because you have that KO protection.
And I think I saw in Tony's hand, and like he trashed one. I believe it's Sobbles from the Crocodile Structure deck that like returns a 7K to hand, or 7 drops to hand.
Yeah, I think it's 4 to
Remove or bounce like a 7.
bounce back a 7 cost to hand. Yeah,
Which is good because I think it's also
to hit like Sanji puddings.
yeah, and I think it's also a Baroque Works card.
Yep.
So you're able to grab it off Galdino.
Yep.
Which is a smart move because you can't just rely solely on 10-cost Buggy being your only removal in the deck. So
Yeah,
having other plays
no.
like that is good.
Especially in matchups like this. Yeah, with a Burgess out, we do have to be a little careful here. Now I'm curious if Wise Guy is still going to use his leader ability. Because I think no matter what, we're going to need to put that shoe Buggy out. Because we need to stop that Burgess from swinging.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, you just have to swing with the Burgess. I don't think, even if you do leader effect, that's not going to stop the shoe Buggy's effect from occurring. You just don't. But I mean, if you do lead effect, you're just going to play a 10-cost Buggy. The only time I feel that Wise Guy might just only use bleed effect once Tony's about to go into 10 Don.
Yeah, once the board is already filled, maybe,
or
10
like
Don.
no, once you can establish the
teaches, yeah. Okay, takes I believe that, yep, Burgess is at 7, so takes that.
At least with Kuzans, you could just keep Kuzans can't be dealt with by Buggy. There's nothing really can do. It'll get past the shoe Buggy as well. Why is that not biting the bullet yet on lead effect? He's playing it slow.
We also, for Buggy, we don't need to use our leader ability. I think we could just poke 5/5/7 and play
play like a 7-cost Croc or 7-cost
play the 7-cost Buggy. I think that's the smarter play. Because you really don't want that Burgess swinging, because that's all it's going to be doing in a matchup like this.
Yeah, especially now that the Burgess, Burgess at least got at least 1 attack off compared to getting none. So now it wasn't straight a dead card.
No, it would be really, I don't think he does. It would be really nice if Tony also had a Mihawk to play off that, because then we can make sure that Crocodile Mihawk is protected.
Yeah.
But still, 2 more 7Ks.
2 more 7Ks on the board, and they're all protected from removal. But we did leave the Crocodile Mihawk rested, so there's potential of a big swing into it, just so you can actually remove stuff.
Yeah, I think so. And I think he opted not to do the shoe Buggy because he just wants to keep swinging. before the 10 teaches start coming down.
Yeah.
And Burgess, you'd have to pitch for leader,
But
or well,
also,
use stage,
we
and the
know that
Burgess is an
we
8.
had 2 buggies in hand. I'm not sure if he pitched one. I mean, if that's like 2 dead cards in the hand of Tony. So
Yep.
swings could go through this turn on some of these units.
Yeah, I could see maybe establishing, I don't know, maybe like a 6-cost Kuzan, another Burgess.
Yeah, but now you
Something
have
like
to
that.
remove at least one of the bodies this turn, because even if you don't,
You're forced to do leader ability no
Yeah.
matter what.
because Buggy's coming down either way next turn, most likely. Because if you don't KO anything, he has the conditions to keep all 5 on the board.
I think we just, sadly, I feel like we let it go.
2.
Maybe not.
I mean,
I don't know.
You see 2 coming.
Unless he's just accepting that Burgess is just going to attack into Crocodile Mihawk and probably get it. Burgess
This is like one of the matches I feel like Blackbeard, if you could establish the Van Auger 7-cost teach combo, that would be strong.
And I
Because-
think this is actually, I think this is a turn that we use leader ability to get one more, the power up Burgess to 9. And then we're pretty much guaranteed that Buggy is not going to be coming down and bottom decking anything. And if he uses leader ability to get a 10-cost Buggy out,
Then you could
I think we're at a point that like he's, I don't want to say okay with it, but it's manageable.
Yeah. Well, I think because is Wise Guy going into 10 Don next turn? Or is he going to
Yes.
8? Yeah, so because even if the Buggy does come down, it just gets really dealt with the 10-cost teach.
Yeah.
Or potentially, if it doesn't come down next turn, you could use teach on the shoe Buggy or the Mihawk.
Yeah, and
And-
Tony also just doesn't have enough cards in hand to be able to double leader ability
Yeah, it looks like he has
comfortably.
3 or 2 at least dead cards in hand. And I
Yeah.
think he's only at 4 cards right now, which is scary because Buggy not having hand size, like you're not allowed to use play your game.
I think too we're also gonna see. No, there is another Burgess in trash, but still we could be seeing that Sobbles or whatever next turn too,
Yeah.
to potentially just bounce that Burgess back. So it's just one turn slower on attacking.
Swing 6 at the Elvita. So now I think there's a good chance to just, I don't know what he's trying
Well,
to play.
Crocodile Mihawk is definitely going to be gone.
It's like vulnerable now. I mean, he might still be scared
I
of it
thi-
and just swing the Burgess into Elvita to guarantee it's gone.
Yeah, because the amount of 5 swings in the 2 life is pretty deadly. But, I mean, there's going to be one character guaranteed gone.
Yeah, the leader effect's coming down. I mean, Tony will be able to play the 10-cost Buggy next turn, but then, like we said, it'll just immediately be dealt with.
Yeah, I think that's fine, though, because then the 10-cost teach will have to target it, so it can't attack. But again, we're low on counter right now, and I think we're also going to see a character get KO'd here.
I think, I'll say, now Wise Guy's looking like he's in a pretty good scenario currently.
He is, yeah, because again, one more body is going to get removed.
Playing another
Burgess.
and now Kuzan. This Kuzan's
that's
pretty
tough.
good now too. Just have a good blocker, because if you're spending the 5 or 7 Don, well, the thing is, I don't think he has.
We could
Tony-
also Sables
Yeah,
the
the Kuzan.
6-cost Kuzan back to hand.
But
to-
Tony doesn't have, I don't think, any other cross-skilled cards in hand that can be played off of the Buggy. So it's just hard playing the Buggy itself.
Yeah, 10-cost
Or the 7
teach
cost,
would
yeah.
also negate the 7-cost shoe Buggy.
Yeah, and
which
then
is
you could
tough,
just
and you
swing in
swing.
with those two.
But I think he is debating a Sables shoe Buggy
you consider-
tactic.
Do you see Teach being drawn? Because you could consider. Oh no, on plays are disabled. Sorry, I thought If it weren't, there's an option to do pudding to reset the hand, but as
Yeah,
since
on
plays
plays are
off.
off.
Oh, I mean, okay, the Buggy wouldn't even be able to play anything off it too because on plays are off. So yeah, it's a very tough scenario. You can, like, if you put the Buggy down for 10 cost, it's basically saying bounce the cooldown back to hand. Yep.
I'm wondering.
But you're
'Cause
saying I have no card in hand now.
I don't
If you
know.
do the Buggy, if you play it.
Yeah, which I think it might not even come down. I
I
don't
don't know what else you
know.
even try to play.
Yeah, and we just don't really have counter.
Do you just play? I still think you have to counter this out. Going down the one seems scary.
Yeah, this is going to be a counter. But those Burgesses with the hand size that Tony has, those Burgesses are just going to be able to get rid of anything on his board. He might be able to save. Actually,
2-1.
I can't tell exactly. No, I think it's only 3K counter or
Yep.
2K counter.
I
Maybe
think
not even
it's
that.
2K because it's one 10 cost Buggy, shoe Buggy, and then 2K, and I'm not sure what the last card is. Why do I still have 4 in hand? We know one is a 10 cost each. You should be able to clear up this entire board.
He's probably just
next turn.
debating what's the smarter move. Because Shoe Buggy's effects will just get negated with the 10 cost coming down. It
Yeah.
can't even attack anyway.
I mean, either way, yeah, either way, like, I feel like
Either way,
there's no-
Burgesses are swinging.
Yeah. I don't think it's worth pitching the card to play the 10 cost Buggy at this point, because then you would literally say I have 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and then you'll have like 2 swings, and with Blackbeard being at 1
Like, in
life.
fact, these
It's
does
rough.
play the shoe Buggy, so they can't attack.
I think maybe just hoping for some reason he doesn't have a 10 cost Blackbeard, but
I think
pretty positive he already searched one earlier in the game. Yep,
Yeah,
just a
grab another
2K.
2K. I think that's all you need is just a counter at this point and
Yep.
just 1 or 2 10 costs. The only issue is if you don't have more 10 costs after this turn, the the Buggy, like, they're not be able to swing with any
Yeah.
of the.
Yeah, this is also kind of the scenario of what I was saying at the beginning of the game, that I think it's very, in a way, it's pretty greedy to keep a hand with 2 10 cost Buggies at the start, because that's what Blackbeard is afraid of coming down. So they're not going to, cancel that on play until they're in a nice spot where it's like it doesn't really matter.
It looks like his hand is just 2 10 cost Buggies.
Is that Alvita? That might be an Alvita and a 10 cost, because I
Yeah,
think
it
he
is
pitched a
Alvita,
10
actually,
cost.
Yeah, not really much the Buggy can do on this
No, but
turn.
without on plays, you're not. Yeah, you're
You can
just not
establish.
achieving
I mean, you
much.
had to establish. I think you just maybe swing 5, and then just hard play the Buggy for 10, and then
I
that's
think
it.
that's what you. Yeah, that's kind of what you have to do. You can't afford to give the other card because you might need that 1K. And I think Wise Guy, even on the next turn, if he has another 10 drop teach, it's still going to be at that 7 cost Buggy. Because
Yeah.
at that point, it doesn't
'Cause
matter
you
if
have
the
the
10
two
cost is
12K
swinging.
blockers that could just deal with
Yep.
it. Because if you have like one or 2 cases, I don't think you're gonna attach any Don to the Buggy when you swing. Like maybe
No.
1 or 2, but then
No,
it's usually
you're
counter out of that.
you're not going to be able to afford putting Dawn on that 10 cost Buggy. Just because your only other attackers would be 5/5, and that's if Alvita doesn't swing and lives. It's really debating. Part of them is wanting, I think, to use leader ability, but I still don't think it matters in this situation.
Yeah, because what are you really gonna do? You're gonna
Because
swing
you would
like
have 7, 8. 8 is getting blocked, and then we know Wise Guy's at 2K, and I'm sure he has another counter too.
or even at this point, if you get 2 10 drops established, you even need to be at 1 life. Yeah, okay, yeah. So they're discussing right now because Buggy's effect is negated that Alvita should be able to attack.
Yeah. Yeah, because Alvita can attack. I guess I never really thought about that scenario, but it
Well, yeah,
makes
because
sense.
usually in the scenarios with Alvita, she would be a 5 cost with the other cards on board.
Yeah. But this is kind of an important, thing to remember as a Buggy player. Well, why not just do leader?
Yeah, I think just
If
debating and attaching everything to Alvita, but more beneficial just to attach it all to leader, and so you can't swing into it.
you know what, honestly, I think the best play.
Might just be attach everything, swing into Burgess, and swing into one of them.
No, I think don't even. Well, actually, no, because Buggy can't attack, and he just rested as Alvita. I was gonna say I would have just put all 10 Dawn on leader. I think potentially, or
Yeah, I think you can attach it all now and swing into.
or
Like, a Burgess.
actually another route is you do use leader ability and get the 10 cost out, and then you would do I think you would just have to go 7-8. Like obviously we kind of know his hand a little bit, but I think in theory that's probably the better play. Okay, so he lets a Burgess go.
Guys are stronger. I mean, now at this point, you take out the Alvita, and you're really not in any threat, because all you can really do next turn for you to establish. If you don't play anything, you won't be able to swing into the leader, because then you just block.
Yeah. Yep. You got to counter because then it just,
I think, yeah,
you'll last longer.
you counter, or you swing in Alvita, and do you swing with the teach? Oh, no, there's the second teach.
No, you don't.
Yeah, just clear the Alvita.
Yeah, clear the Alvita. And then sadly, I think you just keep going. You do 15 at the Burgess next turn.
Yeah, I think that's like your only option. Swing at the teach
Yep.
knows that this teaches say even if you spend all 15 to swing at it, it's like okay, that's fine
Yeah,
with me.
you're not,
doing anything
you're
else.
not establishing anything, but it's not really. Yeah.
Not much else in hand. Yeah.
Well,
it just
yeah, it's
calls
still the
it.
game because 2 10 cost teach swings. They're.
Yeah, in this scenario, there's debate now if it's like they're debating like if you should negate if you played the 10 cost buggy or the 7 cost buggy. In this scenario, it didn't really matter because on plays were negated and they would have gotten stunned no matter what.
Yeah. Again, this is kind of where I think opening hand was definitely a little greedy with the 2 10 cost buggies. Because then he just had 2 bricks in hand that he really couldn't play.
Yeah.
And you didn't have enough counter to kind of save 1 extra character when those Burgesses
Yeah, I
were
feel like you don't
swinging.
take that gamble with Buggy. I think you do it where on your first 2 turns where you have your draw cards, you search the Buggy and you let him know I have the Buggy, and so now you play around me compared to
Yeah.
just hoping that he misplays.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just kind of how that goes. Because you want them to know the threat and not just them playing it as if like maybe.
But we'll have Blackbeard in our finals. It looks like our other matchups done.
Yeah, I don't
Second,
know.
third, and fourth place, or top 4 will also be going home with a box, so it's not too bad even. Or I think they're home with 2 boxes. No, second goes with 2 boxes. Third and fourth get 1. Let me go
Yeah.
check what the
Yeah,
other.
third and fourth is 1
I'll
box.
check out the other
Second
matchup.
gets 2. First place gets 4. All right, but yeah, that was a good game by the Blackbeard player. And again, maybe a little greedy by the Buggy. The other match did finish up. I don't know who won. Looks like it might have been the GP. Or maybe Smoker? Let's see. Was it Smoker? All right, so it looks like we're going to have a Blackbeard and Smoker matchup. Probably
it's-
not what he wants to see in the
Yeah,
finals.
but I don't think it's impossible.
It's not. It's to Shigi's help, but you have to really establish a nice
But
board.
maybe now with the new support, which kind of might be a little too much for Smoker to handle, of just the 6-cost Kuzan, 7-cost Teach going
Yep.
down.
All right, let's pause that.
So, yeah, we'll have Teach versus Smoker in a second, so I think we're just going to take a break for a minute while we just have our judge.
Yeah, I think they're just handing out the prizing to the
Yeah.
people who got knocked out. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Tashigi is going to be a key card into the Blackbeard matchup. But, yeah, I think it is going to be tough because the on-plays being gone, not being able to replace, the card in hand when you play a Kuzan or your 7-cost Sengokus are turned off.
He's gonna need all his jacks, his Kuzans. I'm not sure. Maybe he could potentially be playing what's it called, Laboon potentially for reduction.
Yeah, maybe Laboon. I don't think we've seen it at all in these matchups, or maybe we did. I don't know.
I think it just really depends on his opening grip. If you can see like the Sengokus, the
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, but definitely going to be an uphill for Smoker.
But Smoke, if your Kuzan can stick, he can deal with all the Burgesses whenever. Just because Tashigi will trash the Burgess. Even if you don't get the -4 on play, you would still just use the activate main effect to get rid of
you're
it.
just using it, so you can at least trash. So, yeah, you're going to be relying on Kuzans and Tempest kicks to, control the game until your 10-drop turns. I don't know if, not that I think it would matter, but I don't think Smoker is running any top end.
Yeah, I think the most you would run would be like the 10-cost Kuzan. But
Yeah,
I
if
feel
that,
like
but I don't think it's ran. It's basically ran as kind of like a turbo Kuzan deck with the Sengokus and then Tashigi's.
Also, your Bracca's not really being able to grab anything and play anything. You have to hard play your Brooks and hope they live to the next turn.
Yep.
To be able to use that, but you can't even KO the Burgess.
Yeah.
I'm just glad now with this new Blackbeard, how the build. I haven't seen that the 4-cost Shiryu. I hated that card dealing with that.
The what?
The Shiryu that was on play or activate main.
Oh, the
KO
3
It's
cost?
just a 7K for no reason.
Yeah,
I'm
I
glad
mean,
that's
that was
gone.
annoying for the decks that we had, but now It's still even nastier. It just has better mid-game options now.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the Kuzan come down to 6-cost here and see much. I don't think we've really seen him do much, but it just presents that threat and possibility of, if your Burgess is already at 8 or 9K, just putting it down and rested anyways is fine. Because no one's going to swing into it after that point.
Yeah, it's definitely, I'll say, it's an uphill battle for Smoker. Definitely with how it's built now. Not that it changed that much. It's just really that 7 cost Sengoku. And plus, too, even with the new 6 cost Kuzan, it's just more ways to recur Burgess, which is just
Exactly.
terrible for black
I'm
decks.
glad the deck got more ways to do that. I
mean,
love it.
I I don't necessarily love it, but I think Teach players like it. All right, I don't know what we're waiting on.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know if it's just because he needs to collect prizing. I don't know.
Jordan, are we good to start finals? Yeah. All right. I wouldn't move from there. You're gonna be there anyways. So they're recorded? Yeah.
Yeah.
John G.
John.
All right, we're just getting our finalists onto the board. It looks like I think they might have played it during the Swiss round.
Did they?
I think that's what I heard when they just spoke for a second.
All right, but yeah, this is the finals. Wise Guy versus John G. First place goes home with 4 boxes.
Second place
and
goes
second
home with
place
2.
goes home
And
with
still,
2 for OP11.
either way, paid 25 to get into this, going with like
Yep.
over 200 technically already.
And plus 2, all that matters is what you pull,
Yeah.
not
You
the
could
amount
pull
of packs
the,
you rip.
yeah, you could pull the R-Line Kajaku in a great
Yeah,
box.
sure, Hoshi leader, anything fun like that.
I was fine if I pulled the Sarah Hoshi because I know a certain someone that would want that leader.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd upcharge them like, if you want this, give me the money right now. I think both players want to go second. I think Smoker, can go either way, but in this matchup, you definitely
In this
probably just wanna
matchup,
go
it
second.
really needs to take second. But yeah, I mean, it's going to kind of want it anyway. Because it gives you more, like, Dawn to, like, potentially minus stuff and then play Toshigi.
And also, you can just establish Kuzan 4 and 5. You're really going to need to have, like,
Yeah, you want to establish
either
Kuzan
play
right
Black
away
Hole or,
and
like,
make them use something.
I was not expecting this final, but I wouldn't put it past 2 control decks to get to the final of a new format where people are
No.
still learning how to play decks, and you've been piloting these decks for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people still kind of underestimate control decks. I mean,
Yeah, especially because if you're playing a new deck leader you haven't had too much practice for a while, you could have been playing Smoker or Teach for like 2-3 sets.
all right. We'll just wait for them to set up, and then we can start the timer.
Yeah, like I mentioned, this is usually an uphill battle for other black decks against Teach.
Yeah.
It's always funny. I feel like they design decks to counter its own color, but not other colors to counter other colors.
I mean, it might be one of the only colors that kind of counters itself. Maybe blue sometimes does.
Yeah, but like thing is, like you look at green where it's all about restand and freezing, but then you can just restand yourself back.
Yeah.
All right, looks like they're doing their mulligans. I think
Yep.
we'll just let them resolve their mulligan, and then we'll start the timer.
Yeah, and I didn't see who won dice roll either.
No, Wise Guy looking like he likes his hand. John G thinking about it. Like you mentioned, the key card, they're probably just getting the Kuzan and like Sengoku
Yeah.
to draw, search your options.
Yeah,
John G is like the mulligan.
I think Sengoku is what you kind of want a mulligan for, because it's like the best way you're going to be able to sculpt your hand, because you're going to have maybe 2 turns of not having on plays.
You mean 2 turns of having on plays?
Or, I mean, yeah, 2 turns of having on plays, because he'll probably start using it right on the 3rd turn.
Ideally, Janji's hand, if he just opens up 4 Kuzans and a Sengoku, or 4 Kuzans in the hand, would be pretty good. Just every turn you establish it, and just forces out something. We also know that Janji's running a lot of those chump blockers that I think are actually pretty good in this
Yeah.
matchup, forcing out Daku or these removals.
Yeah, it'll help against
Yeah, you guys
some
are
of the
good.
Burgess swings.
And there we go,
All
finally
right,
starting
starting
now.
time.
And looks like Smoker got to go first.
He does have one of the chump blockers.
He's a chump blocker, but that's not the one drop you really be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, if he has Daku right now, it's just going to go.
It's a
But
big
maybe
up-
Smoker's okay just attacking into Daku right away.
Yeah,
Is any way to, like, prevent, you know, Wise Guy from KOing his board is probably for the best.
yeah, all these, yeah, it always feels bad when you play these one costs that technically don't have any impact immediately just to get
Yep.
Daku'd. But taking the Daku,
Yep.
which is good, because you guarantee next turn that the chump blocker's gone. Okay, start with the stage. I think it's the best start you could have with Blackbeard.
Yeah, it's 7-cost Blackbeard that he put in trash. Also, having the Van Auger in trash is nice, so opts to take the
Kuzan.
6-cost Kuzan.
8 to life. That sounds tough. Not able to establish anything on board.
Yep.
Daku will come out and be able
I mean,
to just...
he has stuff to establish on board, but I think
Maybe you just think if you're going aggressive right now, just try to get his life down early.
because he does have another 1-cost.
Jump blocker. Or he's a
No.
He has the Bellamere I see in hand.
Yeah, the Bellamere, which I think is like activate main rest -1 on something
you get, like,
and plus 1,000
to
a
something,
leader. I think it is. And
Okay, he
establishes Burgess
and
right
did
away.
lead effect as well. I feel like this is like a no-brainer. Just establish Burgess. The leader effect. There's not really much you can do. I think if you have a Kuzan, you just have to play it and hope it survives.
Yeah.
9 life again.
Yeah, because Tashiki's not going to be able to do anything because there was nothing to establish with
Yeah.
it to be able to get rid of it.
But you might be thinking of something where when you go in a 10-down turn, you just establish multiple bodies onto the field, and just so they can't all be stunned at the same time. That's like the strat I use with green against Blackbeard, where I say all my 4 or 5s to later in the game, and I could just spam them on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because, again, we're going to be relying on, cost reduction from Kuzan. We kind of need those established.
I'll say if you had a Kobe, it might have been good just to establish the Kobe on board, just to have a 4K body you can potentially swing with if you need to.
Yeah, and I think with what Janji has established, which isn't much, his blocker is active right now, but I think he's going to go more to just spam as many Burgesses as he can before 10 drops. Because I don't
Looks like
think
he
he's
did it.
going to
Okay,
set
he
up.
did have the Brook in hand, but still elected to swing 9. I think, like I mentioned, I think he's just trying to get him down as low as possible soon.
Yeah. Yeah, he could be doing that and then maybe try and spread out a whole bunch of, I guess like you said, like lower end bodies where he can't
Like
he
on your
can't KO
7-down
everything.
turn, you could go like a 3 and a 4, or like a
Yeah.
4 and a 4. I can't really tell how many cards are in the Wise Guy in hand. He still has a good amount in hand.
Yeah, it's a good amount.
Between the Kuzan, just because I think he realized since there's no board presence, there's not really a point to establishing that
Yep.
Kuzan. Oh, and he just has another one. So
Yep.
he has. I saw that John got the Tempest kick, but I don't think he's reaching 10 trash anytime soon for it to be active. It's basically a draw one now.
Yeah, pretty much. Because usually, like, you're relying on the Sengoku. If for smokers specifically, you're relying on Sengokus, the 1 cost, to be able to dump a lot in trash. Yeah, which will just be
The Van Auger, I think there's nothing else you could pick.
yeah, right now it
Or the
pretty
I
much
think-
be Van
yeah.
Auger.
Is there a Kuzan? Like a 5-cost Kuzan? Might be.
There might be. I don't know if another Burgess was put in there.
Honestly, I'm not sure about the 5 at life, just to get the free block.
Oh, he's gonna have to establish something.
But you can't really afford to use that if he doesn't want Sengoku gone or
Yeah,
on the board.
I think 1.7K. I don't think is gonna do too much.
If you're able
But-
not to remove the Sengoku, that is just like a 7K body on board to swing with.
Yeah. But
And
this,
he's protected because you have the jump blocker.
yeah, and we are at 8 Dawn right now on Blackbeard's turn. So I don't know if he's going to be able to put out another Burgess and maybe another body, because the next turn we're just going to start using Blackbeard. John G still has a chump block.
Yeah, but it looks like there's 2 Tempest kicks in hand. They're just kind of dead.
Yeah, they're basically just 1 Dawn to cycle a card.
5 the lead. I don't even know if he. I say there's not much counter. Pitching to Tashigi.
Yeah, because he has no way to minus cost since the Tempest kicks aren't in effect. So you couldn't be using Tempest kicks into a Tashigi to get rid of the 6-cost blocker.
Yeah. Interesting. He did the draw. He triggered the draw effect. It looks like it was Tashigi and.
Here's also our first time seeing the 7-cost teach today on stream. And this is going to be very annoying.
Yeah. There's like no real good way to deal with it. You could technically trash it with the Shigi, but I don't think there's any way you're getting a 7-0.
No, not right now. We maybe have 5 in trash.
If the Tempest kicks were live, technically we could.
And then I also think
You're at 6 in trash, so
Yeah,
we're still
6
a
in
while
trash.
away to get.
you have to be at 9 already in
Yeah.
trash to be able to use Tempest kick. That's
I
Jack,
think it's a Jack and a
Sengoku,
Rebecca.
Sengoku's not doing anything because on plays are off.
He's just trying.
Yep.
He's just trying to get them into the trash so he
Yeah.
can use Tempest kick.
Now he can use Tempest kicks, and I'm guessing he has another Tashigi.
Okay, looks like he's going for the route of just using the trash.
Depending on what he's doing, though, I won't be surprised if Wise Guy.
Just blocks and summons back out.
Yeah. Yeah, because he could block and just play right back out. So it's basically
Yeah, he did have the
effectively he got rid of
possibilities
the
of
blocker.
doing the Tempest kick.
I think that's exactly what he's doing.
I mean, also just getting the blocker out to just be able to swing 7 also is pretty strong. So you still have the chump blocker on board,
Yeah.
but you can just use the 7-cost teach effect
Yeah,
to
just get rid of
get
it.
rid of it. But it also removes a 8K swing, 7K swing from the teach.
An AK swing on Teach,
If it's a
yeah.
7-8, that's crazy. We were just talking about how the Mihawk and Croc's at 8-7. You said that would bust if he was an 8-8.
Well, that's because you can cheat out an 8 cost. Yeah, and Wise Guy's still decently healthy hand size.
I mean, yeah, you're at 10 now. You're going to start establishing 10 drops with 2 life. I feel like that's always the sweet spot for this deck.
Yeah, 5 in life is fine. I feel like too, maybe just resting Teach, getting rid of the chump block, playing down.
Yeah, I
Oh,
feel like,
Burgess is still only a 7K.
but I feel like you're not really at. I think he's
Or
about to
now an
be
8K.
8K. I feel like you're not really at a threat right now, so you could. So I believe you can afford to take it slow.
Yeah, I
Just get
mean,
your
we could
10
swing at
costs.
that Sengoku with, well, that would
Burgess.
only require 2,
But
so
still 2 out of hand.
yeah, it probably is better just to
8
do 8
lead.
lead.
We'll take it, go down to 1.
You know, I'm wondering if he's actually going to play 10 cost Teach down.
They play 10 cost teach and potentially swing in with.
No, yeah, he's just swinging. Shiki's interesting. Just because Sengoku is a 7K swing,
Yeah, but
Tashigi doesn't have anything anymore.
But it forces you to swing
With the blocker.
the blocker, and then if you don't, because also if you don't have the second 10 cost teach, it forces like you could just swing in and force the blocker out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It makes sense. Because most likely, I don't think he can't afford the swing with the blocker. Yeah, we still have one Tempest kick. He's going to need one more blocker out, whether that potentially be another chump or what. But the chump will just get KO'd by Teach, but it still gets rid of an 8K swing.
Yeah, I mean, if Wise Guy has any type of removal for the block, any block like a chump blocker, or just -3 into the birds again, potentially has another Tashigi to just trash it.
Yeah, I think he might, just because he has 5 Dawn set aside. I don't know what else 5 Dawn is for, unless it's maybe to attach the smoker.
Yeah, but even if you attach 4, that's just a block. Really hard not seeing the event search or the Sengoku searcher or draw at the beginning, just because like
Yeah.
he had to wait so long and he had to use all these cards just to fill his trash up to 9, so Tempest Kick would be available.
Well,
instead of
that and just being able to find the cards you need.
yeah.
Because this matchup, there's specific cards. If you don't have them, it's just rough.
Just
Oh,
Rebecca
T-Bone
and
just to
T-Bone
attack.
just to have an attacker, but still it's 2 blockers, and if another Teach comes down, that's just 1
Yeah.
blocker on the field.
But that's Sengoku. It's like you really don't want to block with it, but gonna have to. But Wise Guy might not swing with 10 cost Teach.
Yeah, if you don't have the second 10 cost Teach, it could be a little risky to get rid of your only blocker. But now he just sees the chump blocker, which
Yep, that makes it a lot easier.
if you don't have 10 cost Teach, you can just do whatever now and just secure your safety by dropping the back of shot.
Yep, just poking. I have a feeling he's probably going to put down another 10 cost Teach. I think he has one in hand.
Yeah, just bait some counter and then the blocker out. Two cards left in Janji's hand. Not really much to do other than just have to block with these 2 cards. If these are 2Ks, you still don't want to pitch it. Just go on the 0.
Yep.
And there's the second 10 cost each.
I don't think it matters which. Yeah, I might go to Shigi.
Yeah, just keep doing Tashigi just so you force the blocker to swing. Or there's no way to even get through all of this.
You know what's also tough about that new 7 cost Teach is even if you just wanted to swing some big numbers and try and get characters off that board, that 7 cost Teach will just bring back any black card and
Yeah.
trash.
So if you do like somehow remove a 10 cost teach and you swing big into the other teach, yep, I'll just
Yeah,
grab
I
it
can bring
back.
it back. Yeah.
That's why you see this application of that card in a lot of other decks or theory crafting with like Lucci or maybe even Smoker itself of adding that instead of Jack, just because if you mill out cards you want to grab, like the 10 cost Tuzon that's like unsearchable and you
Yep.
can't grab from trash.
Yeah, that card will make the 10 cost Kuzan strategy and Lucci
I
a
think it's
lot
just
more
pretty good in
consistent.
like most black decks that are cost-based removal decks. I
Yep.
also want to just look at it. Except, I mean, dual color leaders would probably still look at it too, because usually a lot of times the dual
Just,
color leaders
block
that
and a
are
1.
the dual color
or
leaders
2
that
card.
are also black usually have most of the deck be black cards with like the other colors sprinkled in as like support.
So, going over the wise guy, John G has to keep up Sengoku as a blocker, but with 3 cards in hand, 1 blocker.
If you get like
I-
any sort of minus to like,
Well, just by math alone, I think that's victory
yeah, I think
because
you
there's
just,
no
I think
triggers.
it's a 9. If you swing 9 with Burgess, that kind of just like, what do you do, block or take it?
Yeah,
Then you
just do
swing-
that first.
Yeah, just swing 9, 12, 12s.
Yep.
And there we have it, Wise Guy taking Sully's case tournament on the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
I mean, we can see the power of the new starter deck cards in the deck.
Yeah, I don't know if he. Well, wait, did we see him face a GP Luffy earlier? Or no?
No.
No, I don't think so. But I think he was happy that first round.
Yeah.
2 out of the 3 GPs got knocked out.
Yeah, I believe Wise Guy also went X1 in the Swiss stage
Swiss.
too, so
Well, yeah, he was in
Oh.
the finals for Swiss
yeah.
against GP. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's X. So he overall in the day went 8-1, which is
Yep.
pretty good for Blackbeard. Especially, I think, like we mentioned, there was a lot of varied decks. I think the most represented was GP with like maybe 4 people
Yeah.
playing it. So that's like 30 something or like 20 something with other decks. And I think he's the only Blackbeard that played today as well.
Yeah, he was the only Blackbeard. It was probably also nice for him not to see too many BPs either, since Jesus was the only one. Not that it has a bad matchup. It's just, again,
Yeah.
another like 50-50. It's not always easy
Oh,
to
we saw
control.
why. Didn't we see him play against a bad matchup in Bello Betty? He played against Bello Betty on
Oh.
the stream, right?
Yeah, because the Bello Betty had a very slow start and also went first, so it took away that even
Yeah.
curve for
And
Bello.
he wasn't able to like really establish anything.
Yep.
Why that was smart with just being able to like, all right, 5 down, I'm leader affecting. You're not getting the free body. You're
Yep.
hard playing something that's most likely not going to do anything. And I'll be able to take out next turn.
Yeah, but that's going to wrap up today's tournament. So, yeah, Wise Guy took it. He's taking home 4 OP11 booster boxes, and John G is still taking
Picking up
home 2
2.
boxes.
Still,
It's an unfortunate
return-
matchup, but
Return on investment, pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like a 500% of the money you spent to get in.
Yep.
For all you finance bros out there in card games. But yeah, I would say there's only 33 players, full
Mm-hmm.
prizing. Top 16 got at least 6 packs or more. So
Yeah.
if you got that's over. You should do better than 50% of the people, which is, I mean, I think that's just good merit in itself if you're able to get in the top 50% of any tournament. That shows that you're able to.
Yeah.
You're better than half the people there.
Yeah, but yeah, we had a lot of good matches today. I don't believe there's any other other special tournaments planned for right now.
I think
at
it's
the
just
Abode.
it might be like the start or like the
We're starting OP11
league. And so
this
another
Wednesday.
another month or two, we'll have the league finals again, like we did a
Mm-hmm.
few weeks ago.
Yeah.
But every Wednesday we have league, which is you play, you get points to league, and then if you get enough points, if you're in the top 10 of points at the end of the season, you get packs and prizing of the next set that's coming out.
Yep.
And you also get invited to the end of the season event, which gets you. Last time it was like $800 in store credit for the winner, and like top 4 got like a
Yeah,
Mana Moon
it's like a
product.
percentage of the pot for all the entry from the league, and then also the top 2 then goes to an end of the year winners exclusive tournament that only the winners of those winter league events play for. I don't think they have anything in mind yet, but considering the prizing was already great just for one
Yeah.
season of winter league, it's gonna be even better for the
Yeah,
end
and
of
there's
the year.
also after like I think at the end of the year there's the winners league. I don't know what you call it yet, where the winner like the top 2 from the
Well, yeah,
winners
that's what
league
I.
events gets
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Sorry, I was in my thought process thinking about the events.
No, you're good. But yeah, that'll do it for today. But yeah, league every Wednesday, 6 p.m. If you can't make it out,
Yeah, we also
we'll
have
be
there's
streaming.
regular locals on Sunday at 2 o'clock as well.
Yep.
When there's not one of these bigger events.
Yep. But yeah, until next time.
Make sure to follow the stream, subscribe, do everything, sub.
Yeah, and join the Discord.
Yeah,
That's where you find out about all these events like this.
Yeah. Make sure your notifications up for the stream. So if you can't make it on Wednesday, you'll be able to see the stream and tune in, see
Yeah.
some of your friends or some of your enemies you hate play on stream and lose.
Yeah, but until next time, guys. Thanks for joining. Never mind, I lied. We're going to do a post-winter interview with Wise Guy.
Hi.
All right. So we've seen, I think, like 3 of your matches. There was the GP for Finals of Swiss.
Yes.
We just saw this one against Smoker, which, I mean, easy. And I think we saw one with you and Bello Betty. Yeah, so
4
there's his
boxes.
prizing, 4 boxes from the case.
4 boxes.
I'm sure the manga or whatever else is in there is in those boxes.
I've had pretty good luck with OP11 so far. So.
Oh, I have not. It's been bad. So besides just the usual Blackbeard gameplay, tell me how, especially because the starter deck stuff came out, tell me
Yeah.
how that has really kind of changed some of your matchups and like your mid-game plays.
Now feels like you're kind of playing Lucci, where you're playing like a lot of control, where you're just kind of removing a lot of stuff. The new Teach, obviously removing a 3 or less. It kind of makes your good matchups better. So I
Yeah.
don't know how I feel about it yet. But the new 6-cost Kuzan is crazy. I think that card's insane.
Yeah, I was kind of, not that I thought it was bad when I first saw it revealed. I was just like,
It felt
it's
slow.
okay, but like yeah, that's kind of what it was. It felt slow, but yeah, there's some curves or turns against certain decks that I think is just so good.
Yeah, especially if you're on second curve and you can drop it on 6 or even on 8 with Vasco shot. So you can get your nice easy block, play out Kuzan rested, and then you can Vasco shot block to protect the Kuzan too.
Yeah, and not that it'll come up like too much, but we also saw like the odd interaction with that Kuzan that he Tashigi the Burgess away, but
Yeah.
it's like, okay, but then he still has a swing of Smoker.
Yeah.
He's just going to bring it right back.
Yeah.
So that Burgess is basically staying and you got to block.
Yeah, I told him he should have swung the 7s first because all I had in trash was Van Augers at the time.
Okay, yeah, That's what I thought. I figured that's what he was going to do because it's probably better for you to have the Van Auger
Yeah.
than a Burgess out at that point. And then I guess like the other card, because I know how 7 cost teaches. I think it's like good, but maybe in certain setup scenarios.
Yeah, like if you're on odd curve and you can go dot Q into Van Auger where you're carrying a 4, then it's hard for them to kill the Van Auger in response. They're likely just going to kill the dot Q, and then you can drop a teach on 7, and you're carrying away a 6.
Yeah.
So like your odd curve is like really nice with it. But on even, it's kind of hard to find a time to play it.
Yeah, uneven, I don't think it's great, but yeah, especially with that Docu Van Auger, because also there's like a good amount of decks, they won't even attack that Van Auger.
No, they won't. They'll kill the dot Q most of the time.
Yeah.
But if they have to leader swing into it, like you're just happy with that. So, like,
Yeah, you're cool with it. And then the last card is Katarina Devon, which it's like,
it's just slightly
fine.
more playable than the old 2K Shiryu. That's
Yeah.
pretty much it.
That's kind of where I was at. It just gives you like another, minus
Yeah.
on a card. That's kind of really all it is.
Yeah, just
but it's
slightly
nice to
more
have.
reach.
Yeah. But other than some of the matchups that we saw, was there any other kind of harder matchups today that you had?
Just that GP Luffy on stream was the hardest matchup.
Yeah.
Obviously, because like
I mean,
just
2
getting
secret Luffy's. Yeah.
ran down, yeah. Just ran down like a dog in the street.
Yeah.
But other than that, the Buggy match I would say the second hardest. Because if they are running Grav Blade,
Yeah.
it kind of just screws you over.
Yeah, Grappling was tough, and then one thing like I kind of noticed with you and the Buggy is that the Buggy, because I play Buggy myself, and obviously there's always the thing of, oh, well, if they use leader ability, I could just put out a 10-cost Buggy for free.
Yes.
But on the other hand, so his opening hand, there was some greed involved because he had 2 10-cost Buggies in hand, and he decided to keep it.
Yeah.
And I was, in my mind, I'm like, okay, 1 is like maybe, but 2,
Yeah.
that's just 2 bricks. I don't think they're going to use the leader ability, starting on 5 for a little bit until Blackbeard. Usually they're kind of okay with it if they're established, but after 5, I mean.
Yeah. Pretty much I'm only ever leadering ability against Buggy to either protect something. So if I have a board where I want to protect against the 10 cost,
Yep.
and especially with how his board looked going into his 9, if he just played like a 4, which is going to buff it up to a 5,
Yep.
and he plays the 10 cost anyways, it's going to stick on board regardless.
Yeah, because it looked great at first, but I mean, that hand was so bricked because, he took the gamble on the 2 10-cost Buggies.
Yes.
If he was able to save just that Crocodile Mihawk, it maybe could have been a different story.
And he overprotected the Alvita a bit too. So I think he gave me like 4 cards total.
Yeah, I kind of thought about that at first. I know Burgess was getting a little bigger, but, depending how you swung, it may be stuck around a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, good job today.
Thanks.
The GP Luffy matchup, obviously,
It's still hard.
It's still hard. It was brutal. He just saw
Yeah.
what he needed to see specifically.
And I'm having a hard time fitting stuff in now because I feel like there's so many things you want to put in Blackbeard. So like I want to put in like 1 or 2 liberations again for that matchup.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the only matchup where you feel you need it.
Yeah, none of the others, I don't see any others where
Yeah.
you really need it. That's the only one that kind of makes sense.
Because against aggro, Q kind of does all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Where I feel like Blackbeard's kind of favored in a Bello Betty.
It is. I think, even I know it's different, but even like Lucci, it's always been fine with Bello Betty because it's just going to get rid of their board before they swing.
Yeah.
And then they're really looking for their 3-cost rush.
Yeah.
that
They really
do
don't want to
something.
swing into Q, and they're kind of
No.
forced to.
Yeah, they kind of have to.
Yeah.
But yeah, good job today.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, now we're going to go. Thanks, guys.